Double mousing.
Welcome, everyone. Look at us, 9:31 and ready to go. Thanks for being prompt. I think this is the day we've all been waiting for, a chance to really dig in and get to the meat of things. Thanks for all your work getting recommendations in. I think we've got a great list of potential items to start considering today. And also a huge thanks to the River District for their room here and the coffee and the snacks. Bathrooms are down the hall, and there are snacks and coffee here in the kitchen. So it's a long day. Please just take care of your needs as you need to. And Andy, do you want to say a word about construction here?
Oh, yeah, I want to apologize in advance. Our offices on the second floor are currently being gutted. And so it is possible that we will have some loud interruptions. We still offer this space because I think there's been great frustration among the public with our not so great virtual option that we've been offering. So just because we had this room set up, we thought it was a good opportunity, and hopefully the noise will not be too much. We almost did not have water here all day, and we did avoid that.
Thank you for your help.
Yeah. Make us work faster.
And we have the owl, so camera will follow around when you're speaking. It will get you and show you on the screen.
Believe it or not, we're actually using the 4 cameras up on the ceiling. The owl is just for show.
Just for show. Oh, all right. All right. Any case, you'll be on screens. I think we'll go ahead and start with roll call before we approve the agenda. Orla Bannon, present. Jackie Brown, present. Mike Hamblin. Someone here for Mike?
Aaron will be 15 minutes late.
Okay.
Aaron Carney will be sitting in.
Aaron Carney for Mike, right? Aaron Citron is running late. His plane was delayed getting into Grand Junction, so he will be joining us virtually if he can and getting here around 11 o'clock or 11:30. Alex Davis here. Jordan Beasley for Kate Greenberg.
Present.
Thank you. There's John, and we have Nancy Fisher in for present. Great. Randy Kim here. Gerald Copenhaver.
Here.
Lee Miller.
Here.
Andy Mueller.
Here.
Kevin Ryan.
Here.
Kelly Romero Heaney. Here. Kyle Whitaker.
Here.
Steve Wolf.
Here.
Letitia Yazzie. And we have Pete Nylander for Lisa Yellow Eagle.
Here.
And Allison Baker. Okay, we're
working on the connection. I can try to get stuff.
okay. Allison, we see you. We didn't hear you, but we see you here, so welcome. All right, first up is approval of the agenda. In front of you, you all have the agenda. You also have a compilation of the short list. We're going to put into organized format and just a sheet for notes for your own personal use, if that's helpful. If it's not, it's kind of a list of all the recommendations that we have, and a way to kind of keep track of those. So our agenda this morning, we have the speaker, Julie McCluskey, Speaker of the House, who is going to address our group for a few minutes this morning. We have the regular public comment. We're up to an hour this morning. We've got a few updates and reminders, a report from the sub task force, and a quick review of the letters that we got right before the last meeting from Attorney General Phil Weiser. After that, we are going to start discussion on our short list items, and just as a sort of preview of things, there are 18 broad topics that we have. We have 3 hours set aside to do that. That means if we allocated that time equally among them, we'd have 10 minutes apiece, which clearly is not long enough. So as we get to that, so we can start thinking about, are there things that we want to get off the table right away for any reason? Are there things that we know that we want to keep on the list? And are there things that need more discussion? no voting today. Voting is December 7th. We also have from 11 to 4 o'clock next week for, so I do think we have enough time to get through everything, but we'll have to be efficient with our comments. At the end of the afternoon, we have a short discussion of the final report, and Kelsey and the Langdon group have done some work putting some skeleton together of what that report might look like for you all to review and see if that fits in, not the recommendations, of course, because we don't have those yet, but the rest of the outline of the report. We've got a second section of public comment. The feeling was that after a long day of meeting and discussing recommendations, people who are watching may want to weigh in today while it's fresh in the mind. So we've set aside a half an hour for that at the end, and then sometimes we will set up our next meeting. At the end of the agenda here, there are deadlines that we have, November 30th and December 7th. So that's the proposed agenda. Anyone have any changes?
I just wanted to ask, first of all, and compliment you and Dr. McElroy on your presentation to the legislature last week, but I noticed we don't have the C9 summit on the agenda, and I was curious if that was, if you were going to talk
Put that
about
under updates and reminders. Good. Paul, anything else? All right, with that addition of the C9 summit, do I have a motion to approve the agenda?
some.
Second. Motion by Lee, second by Andy. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, agenda is approved. And those were emailed from Kelsey. Any corrections, comments on the meeting note from October 25th? A motion to approve. So moved. Moved by Alex. Second. Second by Nancy. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right. The minutes are approved. And I don't know, we have Speaker McCluskey yet? We do. All right.
We'll have some volume.
Welcome.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Speaker McCluskey. Thank you so much for joining us. We're honored to have you with us today. And I know everyone on the task force knows, but just for any public, Speaker McCluskey was one of the chief architects of Senate Bill 5 and has been a guiding light as we're working our way through this large task we have. So thank you for joining us, and we'll turn the floor over to you.
Well, thank you, Chair Chandler Henry. I am so delighted to be joining you all. I apologize for not being there in person. It had been my hope to join you all, but there's been a few things happening down at the Capitol, so forgive me for my absence. I need to start with sharing my gratitude to all of you for your work these past few months, not only to those who were designated to serve on the task force, but also the alternates. I really want to lift up the leadership. Thank you, Kathy, personally, as well as to our facilitator, Kelsey and Siobhan. I'm so grateful to everyone who has spent the time, energy, and focus on this important conversation and important policy. I also want to lift up the sub-task force for the extra time and energy that has taken to focus on tribal water needs and making that a priority, calling that out and being diligent in our engagement with the tribes as a part of our leadership in Colorado. And lastly, I want to acknowledge and really celebrate the commitment that this group made to the public. Your design to allow room for public input has been just critical in the success of building policy that was inclusive. There are many groups and folks who, watch these meetings closely. There are a lot of leaders that have, for decades now, been delivering on good water policy for this state. And I think it's really mattered that people outside of this task force have provided their voice in the conversation and to the work. I just wanted to touch base with you all as you embark on some fairly big conversations today. You know, my colleagues and I brought forward Senate Bill 295 to create a task force in response to our constituencies. There are powerful water experts, members of CWCB, leaders in Water Congress, the C9 event that is occurring next week, the Basin Roundtables, the local leaders. There are so many people that bring expertise into this space. But as legislators, you know, we really wanted to elevate for our public, to use that bully pulpit to talk about the importance of the Colorado River to the economy of the Western Slope, to the economy of the state, the importance of the river in providing food and fiber to our nation, and that it is always a bit of our romantic spiritual tradition and heritage to consider the importance of the Colorado River in what it means to our communities. We outlined very clear expectations and guidelines in statute. I appreciate that your recommendations have been robust, that you have really engaged and tried to cover, you know, the core bullets that we identified around addressing the drought impacts, particularly from climate change, making sure that we are avoiding or addressing any disproportionate economic and environmental impacts to the Western Slope in particular or other parts of our state, ensuring that the acquisition of any agricultural water rights are done in a voluntary, temporary, compensated way, really highlighting and being intentional about the collaboration between so many of our water partners, not only those we called out in statute, but those that have been identified and are a part of this task force. It is also the charge of this group to provide the state engineer with the authority to administer water-generated programs for rec and environmental benefits as long as it does not minimize the primary purpose of the program, mitigating, certainly honoring the authority of our state in any interstate commitments and agreements, and again, acknowledging the tribal water rights. I know today is a big day. I know that in my conversations with several of you, there has been a lot of heart and head put into crafting recommendations to come forward from this group. I am asking you now to lean in, to really engage in hard conversations, talking about demand management, working together to talk about the myriad of creative and meaningful policy solutions before you. You know, we know that there has been, again, a great deal of work that has gone into next steps for the Colorado River. I do not want to diminish any of those efforts. What I want to do is really collaborate in a way that lifts up the voices of the people, allows the legislature to also participate in this process. We look to you all for your expertise, and I am grateful that you're taking today to do exactly that. So thank you. I hope that we get to talk again soon. And I appreciate having just a couple of moments to again convey both my urgency on the importance of this work and how meaningful it is to the people of our state. So thank you.
Thank you, Speaker McCluskey. Does anyone have time for a question if anyone has one? Anybody have any questions for the speaker? Thank you so much, Speaker, for being here with us this morning and for that great pep talk.
I again thank you and wish I was there with you. Enjoy the day.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
We are now to public comment, and we will do as we always do and have the Langdon group facilitate our public comment. Any members of the public, if you were out there and would like to speak, please put your name in the Q and A. If you were here in the room, please put your name on the list.
All right. Thank you, Chair. All right, so this morning, are there any other members in the room who would like to sign up to make a public comment? Anyone else? Wonderful, all right. Online, if you are in the audience online, please put your name into the Q&A. And I see that already populating, and I was made aware that we have a classroom of fifth graders who have been following your work, and so they wish to make a public comment this morning. I'm looking for them online, but I'm not seeing them yet. So when I see them, we're going to give them priority just so that their classroom is not sitting waiting for all of us all morning. They have more important things to do. So, all right. So that being said, let's get started. We have, we'll start with here in the room with Wendell Kuntz and Anna Nakai. And then after you talk, I can see if our fifth graders are online yet.
Where would you like me to stand?
Yes, right on.
Actually, I'd rather. The fifth graders went first.
And just for clarification, we'll be switching back and forth between in person and online. We're gonna just keep it short in person first so we can check in for our fifth graders, but we'll be going back and forth.
The fifth graders aren't here yet?
Not that I'm seeing yet, so
Following,
all of y'all are gonna get bumped for fifth graders.
following Speaker McCluskey's very tough. And I would echo his comments. I really appreciate, I'm Wendell Kuntz, Delta County Commissioner, but I also chair the Gunnison Basin Roundtable with Nancy Fishering here. In the Durango meeting, Kathleen Curry presented you guys a letter from the roundtable expressing our concerns and some of our values that we have that we hoped you guys would incorporate into the work you're doing. Today, I'm just here to learn from you guys. Listen to what your priorities and your concerns are and what values I might take back to the roundtable and share. So I appreciate the work you're doing and look forward to visiting with you guys in the breaks. Thank you.
All right, next up, we have Anna. Is it Nakai? It's Nakai, yes, good job. All right, tricky one.
Good morning, my name is Anna Nakai and I work for the Eagle River Watershed Council. We're a community supported nonprofit whose mission is to advocate for the 55 miles of upper Colorado that runs through Eagle County and the Eagle River Watershed, a headwater stream of the Colorado River. I also live in Eagle and I'm one of the many recreators that enjoys the upper sea in the summer. There's nothing quite like a paddleboard after work to cool down, relax, and hope to spy wildlife like beavers and raptors. And I value the scenic and recreational opportunities that the Upper Colorado provides, and have many friends who rely on consistent flows of the Upper Colorado for their livelihoods as fishing and rafting guides. So far, I'm very encouraged by the actions of the task force to explore proactive solutions to confront the challenges head-on and sustain communities dependent on the Colorado River. The health of the river is in our hands and in your hands. The issues facing the Colorado River affect us all, and we need to find solutions that allow for greater flexibility in how we manage our water supplies to grow local food, support healthy rivers, and have ample and clean drinking water. In particular, flows are key in protecting the outstandingly remarkable values along the wild and scenic eligible sections of the Upper Colorado. These include recreational fishing, float boating, whitewater boating, wildlife, and riparian plant communities. The solutions that outline flexible use of water rights held by cities, farms, ranches, and industry in order to benefit streams without harm to those water rights are critical. This will provide great benefit to the environment and recreation while easing the concerns brought on by drought and diversions. We appreciate what has been outlined thus far in the process. The Watershed Council would also urge the task force to direct the state engineer's office to shepherd water at strategic times to benefit fish, water quality, the environment, and recreation, in addition to meeting our compact compliance obligations. Thank you for the work that you're doing and for working towards the common goal of finding meaningful solutions and tools to respond to drought in Colorado and to control our own destiny instead of having it decided for us. Thank you.
All right, I am still not seeing our elementary school. So next up, we're going to go with him here in the room, Siri Olson.
Thanks.
I'm not particularly good at public speaking, so here, do my best. Thank you all for your time on the committee. Appreciate everything you're doing. I try to follow this as best as I can as time allows online. I may very well have missed some of the issues that I want to bring up today, and if so, I apologize. My take on it thus far is that it seems that we have a big focus on agricultural use, because that seems to be one of the higher percentage users, and therefore a fairly easy target for limiting usage. Having been here since about 1968, I think one of the things that mystifies me is when I was young, we had mandatory statewide watering restrictions for yards. You could only water certain days of the week based on whether you had an even or an odd house number. Those of you that are maybe closer to my age may remember that. I've never understood why that went away. Not only here, but throughout the West. I've never understood why we continue to plant Kentucky bluegrass when we build new homes in an arid, rather desert-oriented environment. I've watched the population grow from a little under 1 million to, I think, around 6 million now. I don't understand the ease with which we seem to blame climate change as the only boogeyman in the room, when I feel like our population growth certainly has contributed to this problem. Quantifying that is difficult for me to do. But I would like to advocate for some limits in the residential area. My street is a good example. I have neighbors. We all have ditch rights here on the road. Well, on my street, people have ditch rights off the Roaring Fork River. And the usage consumption is astounding to me. I will leave my house sometimes in the morning to walk my dog at 9 in the morning. My neighbor will have his sprinkler on. I will come home from work maybe later that day at 4 in the afternoon. That sprinkler has not moved and it's still going. Okay. Anyway, I think we need to not ignore residential consumption as an important issue. I'm concerned that we maintain our agricultural production and food sources in this state. I think we need to limit residential consumption and have some sort of enforcement mechanisms. I also would ask that somewhere along the line, we start asking the question, how much growth is too much? What is our carrying capacity for our infrastructure and our water in this state? The current emphasis seems to be build at all costs. More and more family dwelling units, that's what we need. That's the only answer. I don't know. To me, we need to start asking what really can we do with our water.
We're gonna jump online now. We'll do 3 people online and then we'll come back in the room and follow up with April and Jeff, who I saw somewhere. So let's see, I'm gonna check again for our 5th graders. I'm not seeing them. So we'll start with Rachel Zacher and then Sue Knoll and then Charlie Noon. All right, Rachel. There you go. You have permission to talk.
Hello, my name is Rachel Zacher. I am a user, or I live on the Eagle River watershed. I moved to Colorado about 10 years ago for a job at the Keystone Science School, where I was truly immersed in the complexities of water in Colorado and the Western Slope in general, kind of in a way that I had no idea growing up, not here, that the complexities of the current issues and seeing those further exacerbated. Through my experiences I had working with students and teachers, I saw how much those direct experiences impacted those students and how the best thing we can truly do for our rivers is letting people experience them. And so while you have many things you're going to be balancing out. I think some greater flexibility with the use of stored water and other water rights to benefit both the environment and recreation. I am a rafter and just a regular visitor of the river, and seeing the way the community is positively impacted by having the opportunity to visit a very healthy, thriving river is something that I hope to see continued where I live. So as you keep going, I hope that greater flexibility with the use of stored water to benefit environment and recreation. And that's all I got for you today. But thank you so much for all you're doing.
All right, thank you, Rachel. All right, next up online, we have Sue Nall.
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Yeah, good morning. My name is Sue Nall, and I am a retired engineer with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers in Grand Junction. I just retired last year after 30 years with the Corps, and I worked 10 years as a supervisor. I've worked the Western Slope for all 30 years, managed 8 different project managers, and I've been up and down many different rivers and streams. I have an intimate knowledge of our water resources in the West. And I've worked on many, many projects, seen many environmental impacts, had to assess those. We've denied some permits on occasion. And I also have knowledge working on details with the Corps in Utah, Nevada, and New Mexico, other arid areas, and seeing what's happening there. And I also have a home in California, and am well aware, a second home there, of their water restrictions and what they require there. I just wanted to tell you what I've seen over my years of experience working in the water field. And that is, first of all, the snowfall and the reservoir levels have been on a steady decline. And we all know that. We've also, with the federal government that I worked for, the Corps of Engineers, we also started requiring a much more detailed demand scrutiny on projects, requiring people to justify demand for more projects, including even golf courses, where we normally assume something like that is needed. Now we would say, hey, is it truly needed? Are the other golf courses being fully utilized? Because golf courses require lawns, they require water, but also big reservoir projects. And we've required alternatives analysis to be very detailed and really scrutinized decrease on water demand for alternatives. And finally, the EISs and EAs that we've processed have increased in time and money and expertise over the years because water projects are becoming so much more complex and they're scrutinized so much more heavily. Small landowners that we dealt with, those enforcement cases were on the rise because of landowners' disputes, violations with impounding water, and making new diversions, frustrations, the things that people do over time as water volume decreases. And finally, just a resident of Grand Junction. I can't tell you how many houses I go by at 4 and 5 in the afternoon in the summer, 30 seconds, oh geez, that are wasting water at the hottest time of the day with no repercussions. So I would like to say what I think. I'd like to echo a lot of things that Ms. Olson said. Number one, your update to the Colorado use or lose policy would be huge. And I really strongly recommend you address that and make that proposal for the use or lose policy. And second is the local efficiencies we can request to make systems more efficient, to meter water, to enforce accurate water monitoring, and also advertisements. Please advertise on billboards to the public, those kinds of things to tell people to be more water conscious. I'm happy to talk any other time, but thank you for what you're doing. Thank you for this opportunity. And I'm so proud that this group is getting together to address this issue. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Sue. Next up online, we have Charlie Noon, and then we'll jump back, unless the 5th graders pop on, we will jump back here into the room with April and Jeff. All right, so Charlie, you're on.
Hello, check.
Check, we're all good.
Cool. Hi, my name is Charlie Noon. I was born and raised here in Glenwood on the Roaring Fork and Colorado Rivers. In summers, I'm a fishing guide. In the winter, I teach skiing at Aspen. My occupation and passions are intimately connected to water. I fear that without action to address the drought, my livelihood and communities that I love could be at risk. I asked the task force to formulate a proactive recommendations that will allow the state engineer's office to shepherd water for interstate compliance in a manner that addresses environmental and recreational needs. This would be a win-win because it ensures that any water sent downstream to meet legal obligations with downstream states is done in a way that also addresses the environmental and recreational needs. While I understand the concerns about implementing such a plan, I believe that we need to take this opportunity to be prepared. The water can come from the closure of coal-fired power plants, coal power plants throughout the state, allowing the water they no longer need to be used to benefit the water, the river recreation, and health to help endangered species. Cool. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, next up here in the room, we have April Long.
Hi, thank you, everybody. I want to thank you all for the time that you've committed this fall to working on these difficult issues. I'm April Long. I'm the Executive Director of the Rudai Water and Power Authority. We are a consortium of the local governments of the Roaring Fork watershed, which you are very near right now. You can almost see it. Your chair, Chandler Henry, is the chair of my organization as well. And we are also a consortium of the municipal water providers in the Roaring Fork watershed. And so I wanted to talk to you today about a new tool that I'd like to recommend, or a new policy that I haven't heard discussed yet. That if your water source is in drought, you implement drought restrictions on your customers across the state. So a statewide policy that if your watershed where you receive water is in drought, you also implement drought restrictions for your customers. And then I think it would be really amazing if there was some calculation and translation of the amount of water possibly saved in that situation, committed to a non-diversion so that the stream flows in that watershed could be improved. Particularly if the environmental flow targets in that watershed are not met. The city of Aspen does this now. So we have Ryan here with the city of Aspen, but when the stream sources for their water supply are not meeting their environmental flow targets, they have a policy to stop and to implement drought restrictions at that point. So I would love to encourage everybody to think about that. And then the two other tools that you're considering today that I want to stress our support for are high mountain storage and coordinated or creative reservoir releases. We've seen really great improvements in the lower Roaring Fork when we have creative releases out of Rudai reservoirs, particularly when we're trying to meet temperature needs in the lower Roaring Fork. We've had the Bureau of Reclamation consider the environmental impacts and economic impacts of high temperatures and fishing closures in the lower Roaring Fork as municipal needs and municipal benefits. So I want to encourage considering that because we have proven success here in the Roaring Fork. I also want to encourage that you consider funding and advancing and accepting new technologies in measurement, particularly in the airborne snow observatory and in soil moisture considerations. And then I want to put on a different hat really quickly. I'm also the outgoing chair of the Water Quality Control Commission for the state. And I want to talk about how we're talking about water quantity in a great detail. We're not talking about how water quantity is affecting our water quality and then the water quality concerns that we have with drought and acidification. So temperatures and low flows themselves are a pollution or a pollutant of concern, but they also exacerbate the concentration of pollution, the lack of oxygen. And so I want to encourage that we think about how to protect and improve water quality when we're thinking about how to increase flows for temperature and environmental impacts and recreation concerns. Okay. Did I get it? Thank you all very much.
Jeff, I have a quick request. Would you mind being bumped for Crestview Elementary? All right, my apologies to everyone waiting in line. We're going to let Crestview Elementary bump. All right, let me give them permission to speak. And Crestview Elementary, you guys have 3 minutes. Welcome. Come on. Come on in.
Hi, my name is Mela, and I am a 5th grader at Crestview Elementary. I'm here today with my friends Hazel and Juliana. We would like to thank you for volunteering on this task force and being stewards of Colorado's water. We all know that climate change is causing problems with our water, and we need to find solutions to share, care for, and clean it for all of us to use. Now here's Hazel.
Hi, my name is Hazel, and I think it's important to protect rivers. Because we are a headwater state, many states in Mexico depend on the choices you make. We have learned from indigenous perspectives that water is sacred, and since water does not have a voice, we need to be its voice and protect it for future generations to come. When I'm near a river, I feel calm and at peace, and it's easy to get lost in the rhythm of the water over the stones. Therefore, we all are responsible to protect our water. Now handing it off to Juliana.
Hi, my name is Juliana. Thank you again for taking your job on the task force so seriously. I'm trusting you to protect the water and the wildlife that depends on it. I'm 10 years old, and the decisions you make affect my water future. Let's all embrace climate solutions to protect water for generations to come. Thank you.
All right. Thank you all so much. Appreciate it. And I was also made aware that they will be adding comments, public comments for you all as well. All right. Yes, Jackie.
Can I ask a question to April? Is that? I just wanted one clarification on your proposal. Is that all right? Sure. You said creative storage releases that we're considering. Which one is that on our short list?
I did not review the list, but I've heard you discuss
Just in general.
reservoir
Okay,
releases.
I just wanted to
Yeah.
see if you were speaking to something specific that I wasn't catching on to.
No, but I'll look at the list that we're talking about.
No worries. Thank you.
You mind, while we're on that topic, mind give a little response? Is that okay?
Yes, this will not count against public comment time.
Right. So I appreciated April's comments, and I do want to note that in that water sharing document that I provided a few weeks ago, April, see whether this makes sense. We have something on agreements among water users for things like releases, and I'm reminded really of the flow management program on the Arkansas, where there's great coordination on how to manage releases. And if you're thinking about something along those lines, maybe we should develop a couple items like reservoir trades. So it's coordinated units. That's the list.
That is
One at a time.
what I'm thinking about, yes.
Okay, good. I made a note when you said that, so.
Okay.
All right. Just a quick reminder, if you are just coming online, if you are interested in making a public comment, please enter your name into the Q&A. We will now return here in the room with Jeff Deems, and then we'll follow up online with Debbie, Aiden, Caitlin, and McKenna.
You have to follow the fifth graders.
You know, I wasn't nervous. Inspiring. I love it. Thank you, Madam Chair and Task Force members for the time today. Thanks, April, for the nice segue from her comments. I'm Jeff Deems. I'm with Airborne Snow Observatories. We're a Colorado Public Benefit Corporation, providing an important new measuring capacity for managing our critical water resources. As you're all well aware, the drought and aridification in the Colorado River system are an acute stressor and are the primary motivator for this task force. And they induce ever tighter demands on our capacity to manage our water resources in a resilient, proactive, and equitable manner. Core to enabling the necessary improved management capacity is an accurate and reliable accounting of the available water resources on a seasonal basis. Thus, the oft repeated but ever more true adage that we can't manage what we don't measure provides a fundamental motivation. We need to provide Coloradans with the best possible tools to respond to our changing hydrology, while maintaining a strong position to engage with our neighbors and partners to meet our new, drier, and more variable reality. To date, we've been managing water in the variable and changing Colorado River system with one hand tied behind our back. The conventional means of monitoring our biggest reservoir, the mountain snowpack,
misses a major part of the picture. Automated snow tell stations provide critical information, but only in a limited number of locations, and thus we must rely on assumptions about how these index measurements represent the snowpack available in the watershed. Assumptions that have always been tenuous and now grow ever more so. Over the past decade, we have developed a new and operational capacity to comprehensively measure the mountain snowpack reservoir at high resolution, accurately, and watershed wide. Building on the foundation of the SNOTEL network, this new capacity provides the most accurate measure of our snow water resource, and thus is a reliable foundation on which to build a resilient, robust, and responsive water management capacity. The stakeholder-led Colorado Airborne Snow Measurement Working Group, or CASM, is working towards implementing a statewide program to conduct regular airborne snow observatory surveys and to provide significantly improved and reliable streamflow forecasting throughout Colorado. The CASM program to date has been enabled by significant contributions from local and regional water management agencies and growing support from state and federal resources, yet a full and sustained program remains elusive. With numerous and growing examples of improved water management and resilient water management practices and outcomes enabled by this program, the stakeholder leadership and local engagement has clearly demonstrated the urgent need and demand to establish a sustained CASM program in Colorado. The demonstrated and potential outcomes of this program represent a key capacity supporting tangible efforts to add resiliency to our water management systems, from local water rights administration through basin-wide integrated and transparent management to regional and big basin programs to implement fair and equitable water accounting. I urge the task force to consider the absolutely critical role that accurate, comprehensive, and sustained measurement of our snowpack reservoir can play in enabling a resilient and robust water management capacity for Colorado into the future. Thank you.
Kelly has a question for you, Jeff.
Open the door. I did want to ask, have you had a chance to take a look at the short list? And do you feel like there's a recommendation there that could be reworked in a way that really gets to this point, the importance of measurement for water management?
I apologize, I haven't looked at the short list lately, but I will do so.
Okay. Yeah, I think I'd be curious and I think it's important, so.
There's a packet on the table that is a list of. And also for anyone in the room, is there anyone else who would like to sign up for public comments? All right, so we're gonna return to online. Debbie, you are up first, then Aiden and Caitlin. And then after that, we will have McKenna and Joan. All right, so Debbie, here you go.
Hi, thank you. My name is Debbie Brule, and I am a Garfield County resident who is very concerned about this issue. As you all know, the Colorado River flow has been drastically declining over the past couple decades due to factors from residential overuse to climate change. And the river flow is expected to continue declining another 20 to 30% over the next 30 years. Lake Mead and Lake Powell have dropped to dangerously low levels as well, putting the whole Colorado River system at risk. And at the same time, we have demand for water increasing, and our local climate is predicted to get even hotter and drier in the coming years. Whether it's our agriculture, our outdoor rec economy, our wildlife, or our own health, we cannot afford to minimize the fact that the situation we're in here in Western Colorado is dire. And this task force can play a critical role in addressing that crisis. So thank you all for being a part of this task force. I'm optimistic that by working together, you can identify some bold, proactive, creative policy solutions. I really believe Colorado could be a leader in terms of protecting our water, addressing our current crisis, and thinking ahead to prevent future disasters. So thank you all again for your commitment to this work. I know it won't be easy, and I look forward to hearing about the recommendations you come up with. Thanks.
Thank you, Debbie. Next up, we have Aiden Chase.
Hello, everybody. My name is Aiden Chase. I want to thank you all for being here and taking time to listen to what I have to say. I hope you all will retain what I have to say and bring it with you back into your various disciplines. As a third-generation Coloradan, this state is very important to me and my family, and especially the Colorado River as it provides drinking water and recreation to millions. Colorado must act as a leader among states and take steps to protect our water and subsequently our people and reputation. The Colorado River has lost 20% of its flow in 2 decades. That's 1/5 less water. Demand already exceeds the supply, and demand will only continue to grow as supply dwindles. Additionally, we are seeing far-reaching impacts on wildlife. Fish are dying, invasive species are spreading, and above water, many birds are losing habitat. Among this effort for conservation, I hope you all will protect and respect the water rights of the various peoples that are already suffering from this drought. I hope that communities who are disproportionately affected by water scarcity will be placed front and center in the planning process, especially ones of color. It comes down to cities, towns, and individuals increasing conservation efforts and finding ways to keep water in the Western Slopes rivers to have healthy farms and people. Frankly, I would like to see Colorado's use it or lose it policy updated as it discourages conservation. It needs to account for unpredictable weather shifts and climate changes as well as changes in demand. Even if we see things differently, I hope we share a common goal to find meaningful solutions and tools in response to the drought we all feel and experience. Thank you all for your good work and dedication to this board and this state's water. Remember, we will decide Colorado's destiny.
Great, thank you, Aiden. Next up, we have Caitlin Carey. All right, Caitlin, there you go.
Can you hear me?
You can.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Like they said, my name is Caitlin Carey. I'm a resident of Newcastle and Garfield County, where I serve on town council. In full disclosure, I'm also a candidate for the Garfield County Commissioner race for November 2024. I know we just got out of one. I just wanted to say thank you so much for what you guys are doing. I am from an area where drought means we don't get rain in a week. There is water aplenty in the South, probably more than they need most of the time. And when I moved to Colorado the first time in 2002, I was astonished at how dry it was. When I came back in 2013, it was even drier. So the work that you guys are doing is incredibly appreciated by those of us who, well, by everyone, but especially by me, because this is relatively new for me. The information that is put out by the Colorado River District and other water authorities is tremendously important and valuable. I appreciate what you're doing, not only on your work to search for solutions and ways to move forward wisely, but for the effort in putting information out to the public. And I wanted to just express my gratitude for you guys today. And thank you.
Great. Thank you, Caitlin. Next up, we have McKenna Farley.
Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, perfect. Well, my name is McKenna Farley. I am a Western Colorado field representative for Congresswoman Lauren Boebert. And just wanted to pop on here today and say thank you for all of your work that you are doing. As the Congresswoman is working very hard in Washington, and just last week has passed 2 amendments addressing water shortage here in the West, and has had 2 bills successfully pass the House as well. So we're looking forward to that, and just want to thank you for having us here today and keeping us all in the loop, and just thank you for all your work and having us.
Great. Thank you so much, McKenna. Appreciate you popping on. All right, and right now, the last one that we have up is Joan Green Turner. If there is anyone else who has popped on to the meeting or in the room who would like to make a public comment, if you're online, please put your name in the Q&A. And if you're in the room, any changes. So, and all right, Joan, you are up.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. My name is Joni Green Turner, and I'm actually calling because I represent a group called the Water Rights Association of the South Platte. My clients, it's comprised of 26 individual entities, irrigation districts, ditch companies, reservoirs, well users, canal companies, a couple of cities on the Eastern Plains, and multiple reservoirs. We have about 300,000 irrigated acres under the area and over 1,300 alluvial wells. We really appreciate all of your time and dedication to trying to find innovative solutions. But we have one really, really important request. And that is, as you are developing some of these concepts, to really recognize the fact that all of our river basins are significantly different. What may work in the Arkansas or on the Colorado may not work on the South Platte. We reuse the water over 7 times on the South Platte. The way the water actually gets all the way out to the Nebraska line is because of return flows. So it's a significantly different system. And one thing I'd like to throw out as a potential concept is, as you develop some of these things, to maybe include a provision that some of these basin roundtables where you have the local expertise, look at some of them. So that's one thing, because I don't think there are any representatives on your task force, honestly, that are from the Eastern Plains. I could be wrong, and if I am, I do apologize, but I don't think you do. So I think that may be one voice that's not sitting at your table that you may want to get some additional information down the road from. So thank you so much.
Right, thank you so much, Joan. All right, last call for any public comment. If you're online, put your name into the Q&A. All right, Madam Chair.
All right. Well, thank you everyone for your comments and in the room too, as always. I think we've gotten some really great public comment through the course of these meetings. We are scheduled for a break, so let's take a quick break and refresh your coffee. We'll be back in 10 minutes at right around 10:30. All right, welcome back. Thank you. We did gain a little time this morning, so that's good. I'm sure we'll figure out how to use that. Updates and reminders, we have short on our side and if you all have anything, please chime in.
Absolutely. All right, so the first thing is a reminder about travel reimbursements. This will be my every meeting reminder. If you are planning on submitting travel reimbursements to the state, I'm helping coordinate those, so get in touch with me. Please submit them. The state would like them to be in by the 20th of the month ahead of time, or 20th of the month after you are requesting. So if you would like to request reimbursement for October, please submit that by November 20th. That's that announcement. C9 Summit. So the C9 Summit is going to be on coming Tuesday, November 14th, and there is going to be a panel of task force members, Jackie and Andy and Aaron Citron and Kate Greenberg will be on the panel. We have, I believe, just under an hour for that panel. The overall, at least I will be facilitating that panel, and my overall vision for the panel is both to just educate people who are watching about the role of the task force and what you all are doing, and then facilitate a conversation, a dialogue between the panelists. Some potential questions are, what are the major opportunities that you all see? What are some of the challenges the group experiences? And what conversations have been the most productive to date? And then how do you think the group can help? How do you think the work of this group can help position Colorado for future success? My hope in facilitating that is, that you are able to reflect on the work that we've done, especially this meeting. I think that the conversation will be very different after this meeting than it would have been this week. But I want to open it up to the table. Pete, thank you for reminding us to bring this up. Are there things that you all would like to see added to the task force panel, things you'd like to contribute? We're here.
Can I just ask a question? Are you noticing that panel as a public meeting?
We are, and I'm trying to work with, I'm working with Russ and Kat at CWCB to hopefully get some sort of live stream out for that. They are not doing the rest of the meeting as a hybrid meeting. So it will just be for us, but it is technically a public open meeting, and the meeting itself, the actual summit is open to the public, so people can come. But in terms of getting it live streamed so the rest of you all can hear and the rest of the public can hear, we are working on that, working on a solution. Did you say what time the panel is at? I believe it's at 2:15.
I think so. Got it on my calendar so that I don't forget to go.
Put it on my calendar.
It is not there, so we're in trouble. I think it's at 2:15. Somebody call back.
2:20
All right.
2:20 to 3:50. Do you want me to send you an invite from mine?
Totally. Always.
What's the date? Tuesday, the 14th. I'm gonna invite Andy. Do you want me to invite you also to my calendar invite?
Oh, I have it.
You've got it? Okay.
Thanks, Andy.
Yeah. Just on the point of it being an open meeting, is that an open meeting? And it has not been advertised at all to the general public.
The C9 Summit? It should have been. I mean, we have it posted on the CWCP webpage, and I mean, typically for how the CWCP would put together any other meeting or event and advertise it. But if you think there's more opportunity to get the word out, we could do that.
Well, the roundtables are getting the information and sending it out.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was told when in meeting with Russ that members of the public are more than welcome to sign up to attend, and there are several members. There's a number of members of the public who are coming.
Well, I don't know this to be a fact, but I have been told that you couldn't sign up to attend.
I can check right now to confirm that, but
Just because it was so different than the last one that was held, where it was kind of a registered type.
You do have to register, but anyone can.
I mean, there will be a quorum of CWCB members, or at least a good number, so I would assume it's also being noticed.
I was just gonna say, I just went to the calendar of CWCB, and it's noticed on the public events calendar there, so.
I think that was put out in the CWCB update too in the email. That they send around. Just to clarify, so Kyle, your concern is that folks that are not members of a roundtable, IBCC or CWCB have not been able to register for the event?
That's what I've been led to believe.
Okay, if you guys don't mind, I'll just check and.
No, thank you.
Some cat at CWCB.
Yeah, you can give us an update when we get it.
I will.
I also haven't written that into them, so I will.
It says it closed yesterday, the final registration according to the.
Right. Anything else on the C9 summit? Right, sub-task force report and Leticia has got you. Peter?
Yeah, I can give a brief update. So the sub-task force last met on October 30th. At that meeting, there was continued discussions about potential tribal needs and potential priorities for the tribe to present to the main task force. One thing to keep in mind, each tribe has its own unique issues, but right now we're trying to find some common issues. Some of those themes have been, of course, improving infrastructure, improving or creating infrastructure as well in some cases. And then we're going to keep working on discussions about potential access for clean water. There's some issues about that. Mainly just the same issues most rural communities have about getting piped water to rural areas. So the next meeting is on November 29th. We're hoping to have some more in-depth conversations about that and then have some proposals to present to the task force. And I don't know if Steve has anything you'd like to add, or?
I guess I would just add the focus of the November 29th meeting, which is in Durango, is we've got state reps, a lot of the grant and contracting folks to appear to sort of ask questions about some of the hurdles the tribes have seen in accessing grant funding and grant programs. So trying to get some responses back to the state on that, and hope to do the same thing if we can fit it in time-wise with some federal representation too.
Questions for the sub-task force? The next thing on the agenda is discussion, which is, we wanted a placeholder for that letter. We got it right before the last meeting, and you had all asked for it to be put on the agenda for this meeting. Since then, we've also gotten some information from Kathleen Curry regarding the budget that may be pertinent to task force work. We got yesterday afternoon a letter from the Ag Coalition with some really helpful comments on some of the proposals from the task force. And I see in the inbox, there's a letter from Aurora Water that arrived today. So all of those letters have come into the task force. Does anybody want to put anything on the table from those, or use those as background information? And we did want to at least acknowledge those. And I know Alex pulled a recommendation from Attorney General Weiser's letter to submit as a task force recommendation.
I was just gonna also flag that Drew Peternell from Drought Unlimited also submitted a letter.
Yes, thank you. And you all should have received all of those, and they are also on the website or will be shortly. All right.
I was not gonna say anything about Aurora's letter because I understand the rules of the game and it didn't come in soon enough, so we're not gonna talk about this. It's just there. But I appreciate that.
Thank you. All right. I think we're ready to jump into it then. Yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to provide an update in response to your question, Kyle. The C9 Summit definitely open to the public. Registration is closed just for the sake of them figuring out numbers and being prepared for that. But if a member from the public comes to the meeting, they certainly are welcome to attend. And all the information is posted on the website. They've made sure that to do outreach through the roundtables and whatnot, but certainly it's open to the public. So is that helpful?
Okay. And I also, Kat is clearly seeing it from people right now. I just got an update that they are planning on recording the event audio only, and so it can be available after the meeting. Does that feel sufficient, or would we prefer to ask for something else?
I mean, I think the task force has done a very admirable job of trying to broadcast our meetings publicly so that people can attend from throughout the state. And if this is technically a meeting of our task force, I would want it to be the same. I just feel like public access is really critical, and concurrent access is I think important. But that's
I would agree.
Do we, if that's not technologically feasible for the C9 summit, do we cancel the task force panel?
I mean, I can reach out now.
And I just want to confirm, is it on principle, or is there a legal matter here because there'll be a certain number of task force members present?
No, it's not a legal issue as long as it's been noticed and it's being recorded. And which, if the audio is being recorded, I think that meets the state law. It's a transparency concern that I and other members of this board at the outset talked about how important it is that this task force be public and be accessible to the public. And so I guess I would feel uncomfortable if participating on that panel if our practice of broadcasting our meetings was not being followed. And so I think it's inconsistent with how we have operated as a task force. And I think the transparency is really critical.
And is that also, I guess we ended up for the conference that you all had in Grand Junction, you guys ended up not doing a task force panel, just a task force discussion.
We didn't.
With non-panel members.
I don't even think we did a task force discussion.
Okay.
Because you weren't able to attend, so we.
Oh, I'm sure.
No, seriously, we really wanted a
And others, but yeah.
We wanted a balanced panel with the state's perspective on it, and we didn't feel.
Yeah.
So we skipped that entirely. And I think, and we were planning on broadcasting that and making that available free of charge to anybody who wanted that segment of it. We had arranged to do that. And I think that's really where we, at least our perspective is that it's really critical that the public be able to access this task force. And I think we've heard that and the appreciation of that from so many people who've commented that I'm concerned that it would be inconsistent with the practices of this body. I didn't know that C9 wasn't being broadcast, I guess.
Yeah, I think there's just some limitations for the technology and where it's being hosted, so it can't be broadcasted in real time, which is why they're recording it and posting it. So that sounds like that's insufficient for the task force. I can go back to CWCB and see if either we need to pull that from the agenda or at this point, we can't change the venue or see if there's some tech options.
I got some other comments here. Let's do Jackie and then Alex and then Nancy.
I guess, I just respectfully disagree that we can't have the update. I think, from my round table in the Yampa White, people have been really interested to hear more updates on, what's happening. And I think if we go in professionally knowing that we're not going to be making decisions or, that we're just sort of providing the update of the work we have done to the point that we're at. I don't share those same concerns. I'm happy to do whatever the will of the task force is. But I think it's important people are really interested, and I think we've done a good job, and that this is a really great venue to be able to do an update without having, the decision making on the table. So I feel like we can all carry ourselves in that manner and remind the public that that's what we're there to do. We're not there to make decisions on the spotlight, but that's just my opinion. So,
Alex.
I wonder if a technology fix would be just individual laptops in front of each person that is attached to a Teams meeting or something that is open, as opposed to like the bigger room technology.
Yeah, I'll follow up with our CWCB staff to see what might be feasible. I'm not even sure like how the room will be set up.
Yeah, Nancy.
I understand both points of view. I really like what Jackie said. I like moving into advocacy now. This is what we're trying to get done. And maybe that's one of your roles, is to tell everybody transparency has been a goal of this group. And this is why we're trying to talk to all the roundtables, because I personally, because I also represent Uncompahgre Valley, but I'm also on the Gunnison River Basin Roundtable. And I interchange with them. I go, guys, we're doing it, aging infrastructure. What's the issues? So they are tracking this, and I think that's who it's targeted to. So I like the fact that you get some exposure of where we are, what the process is, and you're not making a decision. So I think there's happy medium here. I thought.
I very much like the idea of updating the roundtables and the attendees of the C9. That's not the objection at all. And I'm in total agreement with Jackie about the value of that. It just, in today's world, it's not hard. We've been able to broadcast our meetings from all corners of the state, and there's got to be an easy way that technology allows you to do it. This is a meeting in Westminster at a 4-star hotel. We've got to be able to find a way for this panel to be consistent with our practices as a board. And I think Alex's idea or some other, I mean, we can bring our owl, since we don't really use it that much, and we can put it in front of the panel. And I've seen that done at statewide meetings as well. So I think that value, because yes, there will be a lot of people from throughout the state at that meeting. There will be a lot of people who can't travel, who want to know what's going on. And if it's an update, it shouldn't just be an update for those who have been able to register before the cutoff, who are able to make it over there. And that's my concern.
Sorry, if I can just clarify, if you didn't register before the cutoff, and for the record, everybody's welcome. We're not going to turn anybody away. So I just want to be really clear on that. CWCB is committed to transparency on this for sure. It sounds like our team could work on figuring out a way to broadcast the event in real time. I don't know if we could do like a hybrid capabilities, but if that's what you're advocating for, it sounds like they might be able to figure that out if would satisfy the group. Okay, great.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. Good discussion. And yeah, it's been, I think when you all decided at the very first meeting to take public comment at every session, that was really us, public trust levels. Thank you for your creativity. Thank Kelly. All right.
Thanks my staff.
We are now to the meat of the meeting, start discussion on short list ideas.
Aaron's right here, meeting.
Welcome.
Sorry, I'm late.
You are now in charge of like figuring out how this is going to work.
You're the report.
Don't be
chair.
late.
We voted, it's unanimous.
So we've had a few planning meetings since the last session with Kelsey and with Siobhan and myself, thinking about how do we try to tackle this list. And what we have finally come to is that you all are gonna have to decide how we tackle this list. Couple of options is, this little worksheet that I passed around, that, maybe there are things that you want to say, let's take them off the list. And an example that comes up for me for that is turf management. It looks like that's being actively handled by the state legislature right now. Maybe you think there's more that needs to go in from the task force, but that could be a way to sort of narrow down our discussion to the priority issues. We could just go in order of the list that is in front of you here, which is sort of a random order. If the top 5 things came up in the top top 5 meeting in order on the list came up in the meeting in Grand Junction and other things have been added, so there's no particular order to that list, but that's a way to do it. And you know, want to take just a few minutes if anybody has been thinking about this and has a good idea of how you want to tackle it. The floor is open.
I have, when we're ready, I have a sort of foundational overarching thing that I want to just put out there before we start getting into the details of the individual. So,
okay,
I'll put this down until you tell me that that's where we are.
Okay. Nancy.
I just conceive of the storage is so broken out, but a lot of it overlaps. So it seems to me you could have storage and you have subcategories under storage. And when we submitted some comments on the project. So that cuts it down by 4 to 1 if you look at it.
Alex, why don't you throw out your thoughts there?
I wanted to, we had two speakers today who mentioned this idea of reforming, use it or lose it, or updating, use it or lose it, as it discourages conservation. And I have been struggling with this for some time now. I came in being very focused on how can we look for flexibility, and this has been driving me crazy because I'm like right in the.
Sorry, that doesn't work.
I know, I tried to close it and it doesn't work, so. I shouldn't have done it.
Only a few more hours like that now.
Yeah, exactly. I was gonna move seats for somebody when they get up for lunch, so I'll come back. Look at that teamwork. You guys are wonderful.
Looks like a
Thank
boat.
you so much.
Perseverance.
That do it?
Thank you so much.
Water experts.
I was thinking more for the love of Colorado.
Your noise will know what it was.
Wow, thank you so much. That's really nice for doing that. I really appreciate it. So sorry, squirrel, right? But this idea, so use it or lose it. And we have a lot of water law experts here at the table. So if people disagree, I would really appreciate hearing that. It sounds, when you hear people talking about water rights, everyone loves to say it's a property right. And it is a property right, but it's a very specific and special property right. It's a usufructuary right. And if you look at our Constitution and our law, the state of Colorado owns all the water in the state. And the state of Colorado, the legislature 150, 60 years ago, came up with an allocation scheme to ensure that water is put to the highest beneficial use in as fair a manner as possible, based on the conditions of the time. And part of that allocation methodology was this idea that the water right, your ability to use water is based on the use of water, right? And so you get a decree that says you can use X amount of water for this particular purpose in this amount and at this time. And it's the idea is that you get to use the state's water, because water is a critical resource that everybody and everything needs. You can't make it, you can't produce it. There's no alternative, there's no substitution. And the use it or lose it piece is because the prior appropriation doctrine is based on first in time, first in right. And so those people who will first avail themselves of this allocation methodology and put water to use have a time associated, a date associated with their right. When the farmer who has an 1886 water right doesn't have the use that is decreed for his water, the farmer with the 1892 water right gets to use that water. When that farmer doesn't need the water, the farmer or city with the 1900 water right gets to use that water. So this idea of usufructuary nature of this property right means that you only get it for those specific purposes, and there's somebody else in line waiting to use it when you don't need it as the senior person. The environmental rights, which have been a huge topic of concern, all date from 1973, because that was when we started including environment as a beneficial use. All of those rights are very junior rights. There's a long list, perhaps more in the Arkansas and the South Platte and Rio Grande, which are highly over appropriated compared to the next slope. I'm not sure. There's a long list of people in line for water. So when we talk about changing use it or lose it, we are changing a fundamental nature of our water rights system. And I think it's something that, one, I would argue this group should not do, but we need to consider and talk about it. And we should recognize that if we were to recommend something along those lines, it is a big deal, right? It's a big deal. And so I think people who are saying, oh, reform it because it discourages conservation. It discourages conservation of one individual right, maybe, but it doesn't discourage conservation of the whole system. And the prior appropriation doctrine has no waste principles associated with it. So we're already not supposed to waste our water rights. Right? There's already tenets which allow the state engineer's office to go into a water user and say, you're wasting water. You can't do that. So I just wanted to start with that because I came into this group and still really want to find ways that we can be more flexible to meet more the needs when we have these droughts and supply issues. And it just became very crystal clear to me that some of these suggestions are enshrining senior water rights as super rights. Because if we change this use it or lose it, if we allow senior water rights to do something to protect those rights, we are protecting them against all the other juniors in line. And I think that's it. And for me, it was a really important concept to keep in mind. So thank you for listening.
Thanks, Ally. And
I would just say, Alex, I agree with your comments, and I think we're going to talk about that when we get to the review forward from the AG, which has to do with post pre-compact water. And I thought you were endorsing that concept, and then I just heard something different. So I just want to say I think it's on the agenda, and we'll talk about it because I have those very concerns about that proposal.
Yeah, and you'll hear why I was comfortable with that.
Okay.
But it's difficult, right?
Yes.
all right, Evan.
Well, then maybe I wait till it comes up, but I just want to give but that's not going to stop me from talking. I'm going to give a water administrator's perspective on what Alex just said. And I think use it or lose it can sometimes be seen as sort of an unfortunate or a difficult cliche, unfortunate cliche. Maybe people repeat it because it rhymes and it's, it just rolls off the tongue really nicely, but probably maybe 8 years ago now, 7 or 8 years ago, the Colorado Water Center led an effort to write a report about use it or lose it and benefits of use of water. And I look around the room, it feels like everybody in the room was on that group, but I don't know, Peter might have been on that.
Oh, yeah, probably.
Yeah, Peter was on everything, but the point is, it really sorted out this idea of use it or lose it. And as Alex was talking, I wrote down that I don't think anybody's saying it's a bad thing to encourage the beneficial use of your water right if you need it. And I don't know that the task force, I don't speak for the group, I don't know that the task force is saying we need above all to encourage people to stop using the water for which they have a beneficial use. I think what, as Alex brought up, what maybe a lot of the concern is wasteful diversions. Diverting water that you don't need, possibly to protect it from abandonment, because the state engineer said if you have those diversion records, you're protected from abandonment. So boost that up. And I do think that that's a bad idea. I think it also highlights why use it or lose it is an important axiom in Colorado water law. And it goes back to our Constitution. It doesn't use that term, but it does speak to speculation. And I hope this is not objectionable to anybody when I say it, but holding those water rights and protecting them from abandonment when you don't need those water rights at all in the long term is just another way of speculating. It's holding a water right for which you have no use. So someday, maybe you can benefit from it, but you don't quite know how. And I think that's exactly what the Constitution is protecting against. So I think use it or lose it. If we came up with a different phrase, maybe it wouldn't be so objectionable. But certainly if you don't use your water right and you lose it, somebody else is going to benefit from it. And they do have the beneficiary. You know, that's my administrator's look at it. Alex.
You're gonna come up with a new rhyme?
Yes, give me a little time for that. I'll have that in the afternoon.
Okay. All right, well, hearing no other suggestions, should we just start at the top of the list here? Right. So the first one, yes, Jackie.
Can we just stick on this topic since we're on it? Is that okay to jump around? I guess I just had one comment, and that is, I think when that was sealed into the Constitution, obviously we used our water as ag users in different ways, right? And I don't really have a dog in this fight, but I do understand the conversations that I have had with Mike, who's not here today, but I've had him for decades, a decade with him about, making sure that when you switch your water use into a more efficient use of, I think the efficiency is the secondary reason that you do it, right? The first reason is that it's actually easier for the operator to, put the technology in and be, Mike's case, be able to operate his head gate from farther away and not have to go down into the Yampa River, which can be very time consuming and dangerous during some times of the year. But my point in this is, I wonder if there's not like a percentage of that use that we could discuss as reserving for a period of time in case the efficiency that they're going for, doesn't work over that time period. I'm not saying you hold the whole water right but I do understand what they're saying is that they want to try something new, but if they can't use it, they have to revert back to flood irrigation because especially on the west slope, we don't have these perfect flat fields that have, that are set up to have a sprinkler system or whatever, whatever works on nice flat land. So like, how is there a middle ground with this that we can use in this discussion that ends up working for them in a way that is still encouraging a more efficient and responsible use of our water as we're moving forward into these conversations about aging infrastructure so that they feel comfortable implementing new technologies without, accusing them of speculating on that water because they're going to go do something, really different with it and make money.
And sorry, Alex, I'll just respond directly to that. In that report that we did 7 or 8 years ago, we did articulate, or just allude to the fact that abandonment is always about intent to abandon. That's a standard. And our division engineers said it would be fairly straightforward to write that letter. I put in a center pivot. I no longer need 4 CFS, I need 3. But I'm trying this out for a period of 10 years. Something to show you have no intent to abandon. And that's very protective. The court looks so favorably on not abandoning water rights, and I can't guarantee that, but that's a fact, or that's what we've seen in the history. So there is that, but then there's an asterisk with that, where the report says maybe after 3 decennial abandonment periods, that's just how you operate now, so you can't make it perpetual. But I think there are solutions. Maybe if it's part of a recognized conservation program, there are already protections in the statute, or those protections could be enhanced. Because we don't want to abandon someone's water rights when they may revert back to a, hate to say it, but a less efficient, but more economical practice, or more realistic practice.
Alex and then Orland and Nancy. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of underline, particularly for the general public who may not be involved in these generally, it's not the use it or lose it, the abandonment statute, which is a statute that requires the state engineer to abandon, to look at water rights on a 10-year basis and create a list of water rights that have been abandoned, is there's a two-pronged test for abandonment, and that test is non-use, significant non-use, and intent to abandon. And if you look at the case law, it takes a long time of non-use before the water rights even get on the abandonment list. So it's not like a farmer doesn't irrigate for a year and boom, he's on the abandonment list. Generally, there are no head gates anymore, the ditch has grown in, there's clear evidence that this water is not being used under this right. So it's not, the way people express it sounds like it's sort of a done deal. Oh, you didn't use your water right last month, it's gone, you lost it. And that's not the case at all, and never has been. And generally, my experience with the state engineer's office is they look at 20 to 30 years before they put this on the list. And water users have an opportunity, maybe not even more.
We should say 10, that's a pretty
That's the
program.
statute. And water users have the opportunity to present evidence to say, no, I had no intent. You know, maybe an event happened in a family farm, is, you know, people have not been able to farm for 10 years, but they can demonstrate non-intent. And so it's not this, you know, check a box and boom, the water rate's gone. Doesn't happen in this state. And so I think that fear of losing the water right is based in part on that misunderstanding. So I just wanted to underline that.
We got Orla, Nancy, Aaron, and then Jackie.
So I'm happy to wait because I'm gonna switch to like a process thing. So I don't want to interrupt the conversation.
Nancy. I think Alex answered some of what my concern is, because you would really, if you thought you were gonna throw out prior appropriation, the ag community would kind of go nuts. So I think we have to be careful on our wording. And I do agree with that 10 years, but you should have seen alternative crops. We had hemp coming. People tore out ditches, tore out concrete ditches to put it all into drip. Lasted all of 2 years and it all went bankrupt. So, and again, that's in the 10-year, it would have been okay, but we do have to be careful because we're moving into times where we want alternative crops, all this new stuff. So I wouldn't want to weaken some of the safeguards that are already there. That's what I get concerned about when people say, don't use that word anymore. Then I'm going, whoops, my guys will go crazy. So just be careful of our language.
Always good caution.
Always. Aaron and Jackie, and then let's do talk process. We want to kind of put a bow on this and move forward.
Thanks, and sorry, I'm late. I got flight canceled and was stuck in the lower basin overnight. I tried to get here as quickly as possible.
Didn't drink any water.
This is lower basin water, so.
It's a trans-basin.
You know, I think it's important in this conversation to remember, you know, in a lot of these situations, we're asking water users to do something for the benefit of the public. It is reasonable in certain situations to provide them with assurances that they're doing something good for all of us. They're conserving. We want them to conserve. We want them to be more efficient, to, you know, sustain other uses or to allow other agricultural purposes to come online. And so that, and I guess, I think Nancy, you mentioned, and Kevin certainly mentioned, we do have programs to protect for that under those conservation programs. Mike has mentioned one specific example of how that could be expanded. I don't know if it is a perfect example, but I think it's worth discussion. My question is always, what more in addition to the existing programs are we suggesting? Because I do think, as a matter of policy, if we're asking our ag users or our other water users, we want you to conserve, but then all the risk and burden is placed on them, that seems inappropriate. But what more is needed? And I don't know if we are the right forum to get into the details there, It's an interesting question, and we've talked about it for years. I know Mike has articulated one example. I think that's worthy of discussion because there's pros and cons to it. But I also do want to remind us that we have some really good protections already in statute that cover a lot of these. Maybe there are gaps.
I'm gonna go ahead and see my thing. Okay. All right, Karen, talk about process and
Sorry. So I'm just looking at our list. There's 25 items on it. And, you know, I don't think each item's gonna take the same amount of time. Some will take more than others, but I think we should have some sort of way to move ourselves through this, or some sort of marker of like, you know, because if we spent 2 hours on the first 2 items, we're not gonna get to talk about any of the others. So I don't have magic solutions, but I think we need to have some markers of like, we gotta get through the first, you know, how many in so long and how many are we gonna leave till after lunch and that kind of thing. So I think just to give ourselves an opportunity to actually like talk about these things in some meaningful way. Otherwise, the end of the list is not gonna see the light of day.
Right. And we do have Siobhan here who can help kind of track things for us. If we want to start at the top of the list and keep the 10 minutes, some hopefully will be shorter than that. And then we can,
I can just flag you at the 10-minute mark if you elect to continue the question. Yes, I can let you know as time is passing so that you can self-monitor.
Yeah, and I'd like to hear from others, but it seems like we got a lot to get through and we need to have some sort of structure to it, or we'll be scheduling more meetings.
right.
Just a real quick thing. I liked what I just saw happening here. Doesn't always happen. Where you said, I'm not talking about that. I'm going to talk process. Interrupting when we're on we're almost at closure and somebody raises their hand before and we go off on a rabbit hole. Making sure we stay until we get finished with that one topic, I think would help us come to closure today.
And I think that's a good comment, and a couple different ways to get finished. One would be, yeah, this is easy to add it to the list. We'll get it refined for voting on December 7th. Another way to get finished would be to say, important, we're not gonna do it, we're gonna give it to somebody else. And another way to finish would be, we need more time on this, let's allocate an hour at our November 16th meeting. So
I guess the lovely thing that Kathy provided kind of lays out those 3 items for maybe if we get to the 10 minutes, if we feel that there's a category we can put it in and to move on, then I would encourage that.
Randy.
Yeah, I would just suggest a strict 10-minute timeline per item, and if we're not finished with a particular item, table it to give fair allocation to all the items.
I would guess that I have a question in terms of what we're shooting for in the end at our report. Are we coming up with only concepts that are suitable for future legislation? Which is, I think, how I read our charge. But if others read it differently, we ought to make sure, are we just coming up with a list of really good ideas for the use of water in the Colorado River Basin within our state? Because I think some of these I see as legislative, could be legislative proposals. Some are actually fleshed out as more legislative proposals. Others, I have a hard time understanding in the context of legislation. And so I think it's really important for this group to focus on what we are producing at the end of the day. Am I off base in thinking that we are producing a list of legislative proposals for the legislature to consider? You know, if that's what we're doing, I would ask that each of the proponents of these proposals explain that at the beginning of the discussion of each of these proposals. How is this going to be a legislative proposal? In what way? You don't have to know the section of code that it's going into or anything like that, but what is it that you're proposing in legislation? Because otherwise I think there are some great ideas in here. I just can't get my head around a piece of legislation.
Great. And you're right, some of them are very specific, some of them are in between, but our charge clearly is to provide recommendations for possible state legislation. There's been some discussion in earlier meetings about, let's not lose these other good ideas and put them as an addendum to the report or part of the narrative or something like that. So We won't lose it. Nancy.
And I agree with that. And it was 2 meetings ago, I believe, with somebody said it was Mr. Broderick that said we can use this as a method of doing some education of the legislature around don't do legislation. Maybe don't just flat out say it, but educate them to what the issues are. And if we raised it and we know it's an issue, I think there needs to be a narrative session. And so we'll call it narrative as we go through here. I'd be happy to call some of the things we're concerned about. This is a narrative thing and it's a tweak at the policy level, doesn't take legislation. So I think maybe we could think narrative versus literal legislative changes.
Great. Thank you. Steve.
And just following up with what Andy said, I think also in the legislation, it talks about sideboards and boundaries that any recommendations come from. So we can talk about what legislation changes we might want, but then we need to ensure that they meet those boundaries that are in the legislation.
All right. Thanks. Well, if we are. Oh, sorry. I'm not very good at saying.
Just a couple of things. One, I really agree with you, Nancy, and I do hope at least our report can capture like some of the great ideas they've come up with that may not need a legislative fix, and this can be almost like a communication tool to the legislature and also to our public that have come and made public comments that, you know, there are some tools that can address drought that may not need a legislative fix, but I want to make sure folks are aware of that. So hopefully that's a message that we can deliver through the report. And then the other piece too, when it comes to legislation, sometimes it's going through and changing statute, but it's also can be approving a budget. And so I think that there are a lot of recommendations here that just need funding, right? And so I assume that would also consider the long bill and budget or the CWSB projects bill as legislation that would make the cut of a recommendation.
Randy?
Yeah, I really like Steve's comment about the sideboards and boundaries, and I would certainly defer to the lawyers in the room, but it might be helpful to have one or two people kind of be those sideboard and boundary monitors to help us kind of check the box. Because I personally don't feel comfortable with that. And rather than us having a group think on that subject, it might be helpful if we could assign a couple of people to help with that.
And we can pull out the Senate Bill 295. We don't have to do it today, but before we vote and get the final report, because there are a lot of criteria in there, such as geographic equitability and some of those other issues. Orla.
Just building on what Kelly said, with things that are maybe purely funding, there might be a way to kind of talk about those together, or if we can acknowledge something's purely funding and then sort of look at our list, I don't know if that's a way to help categorize it, maybe not, but it just seems to me like if it's a funding ask, yes, it might require legislation, but it's less of a policy question.
All right. So are we ready to jump in? Like if we take the top four, counting storage as one and forest health as one, we can do those four before lunch, which is arriving right around noon. So are we ready? Right, and then if this doesn't work, we can shift our tack after. All right, so first up is community and technical assistance grants. That came up sort of right off the bat. There hasn't been anything else added to that. But it was at the time it was a statement that task force wanted to make. So this one likely will be shorter than 10 minutes. How do you want to handle that? Take it off the list, put it in the funding bucket, narrative, or is it a legislative or budget issue? Steve?
I'll just speak to, I know a lot of folks in my district utilize these. I think they're a good thing. I know the current bucket, if I'm correct, is basically some of the ARPA money that they're using to fund it. So my suggestion is, I guess, put it in the funding bucket, move forward. I think it's a useful tool.
And just, I agree. I just want to understand the request would be more money from somewhere to pay for the continuation of that program, which I think pays for kind of folks to help local communities, NGOs, others access federal dollars.
Yeah, I think that there's sort of two paths, and somebody understands it better than I do.
I don't want to belabor
You
it.
can
I just want to
get
understand.
technical assistance from the state, or you can get money to help fund federal fund navigator grant positions. Great. I think they both seem to work very well, but I think they're very time limited and funding short.
Steve, were you volunteering to write up a little recommendation on that?
Here.
Thank you.
Teach you to talk.
Wait till you get it right.
I know.
All in gold. Thank you. All right.
Put that in a brighter color.
Process question on that.
Yes.
So when we're asked, now that we know that's happening. Should we put it in the short list, like in red, so that we're continuing the Google Doc?
Yes.
And we're not deleting anyone's comments on this living document? Is that the
Yes,
right
I
way to
think
do it?
I think that's the right way to do it, and we've tried to retain, well, we have retained everything that anyone has written is in here. It's moved to the categories a bit, but I think that's a good idea. Maybe use a different color from moving forward and keep it in that document, then the public can see our work as well. Thanks for that. All right, next up is aging infrastructure.
I'm just gonna help there.
Thank you.
With their Kyle and Mindy.
Thank you. All right, Kyle.
So on these, as we talked about, I'm making a funding, putting in the funding bucket. Do we want to make a funding recommendation? And if so, do we want to assign that to individuals to come up with what it's looked like in the past? If it has come from ARPA money, what would be the ask of the legislature to do, to act on?
Similar question, more process, and maybe it's a question for Carly when we're talking about funding, the funding bucket. Does it require legislation to provide that funding? And I guess what's the kind of the mechanism for the funding bucket?
It depends. I mean, I think there have been some programs that have been created in the last 2+ legislative sessions or new programs, like the turf replacement program. So there was new statute created for that. The technical assistance, local capacity building grant program was created 2 sessions ago when we had ARPA funds to work with. So I think there'd have to be a little bit of analysis done on where, and I'm not advocating or I'm not advocating or not advocating for anything at this point, but just for clarity's sake, we'd probably want to analyze whether it would require some update to an existing statute to say keep a program going, if there'd be another way to capture it. So my advice to my fellow task force members would be figure out a way to at least keep the recommendation broad enough so that that analysis can be done, so it would get placed in the correct spot.
And just one additional comment on all of the funding pieces. Inevitably, the question back will be, well, how much money do you want? So I mean, some of these you can say, well, in the first round, we got, I don't remember, $5 million. So if people can also, if you're volunteering to take that on, I don't know if we can make a recommendation or there should be a recommendation made. I don't think we need to make a political determination right now about like whether that money is available. But I think it's be good for us to have some reasonable, we think we need 100,000, 10 million. It'd be good if people can start thinking about that. So we have not just give us all the money for all the things. So.
The overall recommendation, give us.
Yeah.
Might put me in an odd spot. My position.
All right, next up is aging infrastructure, and there's a couple of these that are on pages 2 and 3, and Kelly provided some resources of things that are already in place. There's been a lot of early consensus around this, both from the tribal sub-task force and from the various groups on the task force, municipal, ag, and others. So we'll open the floor to discussion on that, Jackie.
I think this is a no-brainer that moves forward, and in the comments that we've seen, there does seem to be some question about, what's allowed now, but what some of the hindrances are for folks to use it. And I wholeheartedly agree with the comments that this can make a huge difference for how, water savings at a level that is encapsulated by improving infrastructure in general. I think we can all agree on that. So I guess my question would be, do we need to figure that out, what the tweak is in order to move it forward? Or in this 10-minute section, do we agree that we need to have a tweak and then we see if we end up with time later to address it or at the meeting next week? Because I think this is super important.
Kelly and then Steve.
I guess I just want to be clear on what the recommendation is. Are we talking about the recommendation to modify the water plan grant statute? Is that what we're on right now?
That is one of them in there, and I think, Jackie, that was your point. Do we just say, yes, we want to move maybe aging infrastructure forward, or do we get into that detail? Is it the water plan grant? Is it more money? Is it something else?
Yeah, there seems to be an argument in the comments that we're not exactly sure where this needs to come from. And that's my question is, do we dig into that in the now 8 minutes we have left? Or do we agree that we want to do this and deal with it as a priority issue?
Well, I've got sort of an overarching question. I'm not even sure if it's appropriate for this group, on funding. A lot of entities are Tabor limited. And the question has come up whether federal funding that comes through the state, does that qualify as federal funding, which doesn't apply to Tabor, or state funding, which does? We've asked the question, never gotten a clean answer. So most people are fearful of taking too much funding from the state, like on a big infrastructure project, because of the, is there a way to get that clarified through state sources or something? Is that an appropriate question within this discussion? I don't know, but it's an important one in a lot of these big infrastructure projects.
Aaron and then Andy.
So I think to Kelly's question, I'm gonna put on my IBCC hat because we had a conversation about this issue with respect to WSRF funding a couple of years ago. And I feel like we came, from my perspective, to a good place. And that was that because the water plan in the state prioritizes multi-benefit projects, if they're possible, that if there's two equal projects and one benefits more people and more uses, you are going to get chosen. But we made very clear that doesn't mean that single purpose projects should be off the table, that sometimes people need a headgate and the state can and should be a good resource for that. So I don't remember the language, I should have pulled it up, but if that was the kind of agreement we came to, which is if, we're talking about drought for the state of Colorado, if we can prioritize those projects that provide benefits to multiple users, we should do that. But we shouldn't suggest that state funding can't be made available for those purely local projects. They're still really important. So if that's what we're asking for, I think that makes a lot of sense. I think we would all agree if we could do it, the most benefit for the most people, we will, but it shouldn't be prohibiting. And I don't know exactly which funding, we shouldn't prohibit the, smaller user, purely ag or purely environmental projects. Those are important as well. So that's the way that I've been thinking about it. Is that what, I don't remember who initially put this out. Is that what we're trying to clarify? Is it that we think certain funding sources are limited and others aren't? Because I agree, this is a no-brainer. We should have money for all these projects, and just trying to understand exactly what the ask is.
Andy and then Andy.
Yeah, I think that, we've heard that the River District from a number of West Slope roundtables, the Gunnison is the most recent example, that at least in the implementation of the water plan grant, whether it's intended or not, that fund really emphasizes the multi-purpose projects to the perceived exclusion of one particular infrastructure is the concern of the Gunnison Basin. And I think what I think the proposal, as I understand it from the Gunnison Basin, is to ask us to recommend to tweak the statute that sets out the criteria for the water plan grant program to allow funding for the sole purpose of infrastructure improvement. And I support that, and I think our district does, mainly because I think that's actually a large part of where our water savings will come from. And just looking at the Uncompahgre project, for instance, you know, we're doing a lot of work with that association to try to figure out how they could engage in water conservation programs. They need a whole lot of infrastructure improvements to do that. And it's not a lack of willingness by the producers. It's the infrastructure just wasn't designed. And so we need to be able to invest in that. And we have a lot of money because of DD and other funding, all of which, you know, Aaron, you've worked on, I've worked on, a number of us in the water community have worked on over the years. This just is one of those unintended consequences where I would say it's not necessarily the most people that benefit, it's the most water savings that benefit. Like that's what ought to be emphasized. And so how do we focus those dollars? And I think, you know, yeah, we could just say, well, just do it through the water supply reserve fund. Unfortunately, that's severance tax related and it's, you know, it's a hugely undependable source. It seems that people's urge to gamble is a whole lot more dependable, and therefore we ought to like use that, right? And so that's my suggestion, and I think that's what the request is. I don't mean to speak for you, Nancy, but that's where we would support that, and we would want to see that move forward.
He's accurate. That is what the Gunnison River Basin Roundtable says. Our chair is sitting over there. And we have been told you cannot. The only thing you can really apply for is those WSRS funds, which are never enough. So in terms of money funding, that's the focus that we've been told so far, or a tweak in the water planning funding. So it is a funding issue. And I've talked to Kelly. Staff is telling them they can't, you're not eligible. So those requests aren't even coming through the roundtable for funding. So it needs to be a little bit of a policy tweak, and it's a funding tweak too. And you covered it well, and he's not even on our roundtable. Aaron.
I would just add that from the ag's perspective, that I think there needs to also be a bigger funding pot, especially for CCA, for example, is trying to go after federal funds, and a lot of that requires match. And a lot of the times ag producers can't come up with $10 million of match. And so if there could be a state fund for match in order to receive those federal funds, because a lot of this funding that we from the state is for smaller projects, but now we have a lot of the bigger projects that are just getting more and more expensive that we can't tackle. And so I think a way to get that is recruit federal dollars, but we can't match a lot of times. So I think there's a big funding need that has to happen here, and tweaks, just like Nancy and others would do.
Well, I just want to start by saying that this is a really helpful discussion, because it certainly is the intent of the state. It's a priority of the water plan, et cetera, to make sure that we're aging infrastructure improvements, particularly for agriculture in the state of Colorado. So I think we do need to have that discussion and really understand where the gaps are, but also where the opportunities are with federal funding, and where we might be missing opportunities with federal funding because of that match question. Now that we've sort of coalesced around the recommendation, or at least coalesced that we're discussing the recommendation to tweak the water plan grant statute, I do want to kind of, provide some background on that, with respect to water supply reserve fund. Again, that one is certainly is more specifically available for aging infrastructure projects that do not have a multiple benefit or public benefit, right? And so if you have a private entity, individual ag producer, they want to upgrade their head gate or diversion infrastructure, that they would be eligible under WSRF. And they wouldn't, they're not obligated to provide any sort of public or multiple benefit associated with that. Water plan grants, the criteria that the CWCB adopted does encourage projects to have that multiple, or let's call it a public benefit. And that's because the money could disappear very quickly if we are funding big infrastructure projects out of water plan grants, which, I think last year we had around 25 million available for water plan grants. So I do want to point out that WSRF I mean, right now, there's not $9.2 million in the statewide account, let alone what's in the basin accounts. We also have funded, the state has funded a lot of aging infrastructure projects out of the water plan grant program, including diversion modernization for the Upper Gunnison. 10 minutes.
Yeah, that was
Okay.
the 10-minute sound.
Keep going. I feel bad for our public commenters. Do that to them too. The Maybell ditch, I have a host of examples, and so I urge us to proceed with caution, because if we go change the water plan grant statute, essentially what we're saying is we want to make sure that projects that exclusively have a private benefit are on equal footing with projects that provide perhaps a private and a public or multiple benefit.
Thanks. All right, let's do Aaron and Gerald. We are at 10 minutes, so after Gerald's comments, let's decide what we're going to do with this topic. And maybe a group like Nancy Fisher's group wants to volunteer to make this into a more specific recommendation.
I think I won't go on long. I think it's important that we maintain some level of what we did with the WSRF, that there is, if we can continue to encourage multi-benefit projects, we don't take that off the table. I don't think anyone's saying that. But I do think that is an important policy direction of the state. It's central to the water plan. I still think it's important to say we want to encourage folks to go out and do that. So whatever the rest of the recommendation is, that continues in my mind to be a real tenet of the way we're trying to do water into the future. Whether there's a way to make more money, I think we all agree, if there's a way to make more money available for this purpose and to open it up in a careful way that doesn't overwhelm the ability to also encourage those multi-benefit projects, then I'm on board and would love to continue that conversation.
Thank you. Gerald.
Well, in going through some of these processes for a mutual ditch company, I can tell you that they're difficult. I mean, they're difficult for small companies to follow through, to get through all of this whole process to get something done. I mean, when you start doing these grants, I mean, we got a couple of water smart grants this last year. We got to match $3.2 million in order to get those grants. Well, we have to go to the Colorado board and see if we can actually borrow that much money to match that before we can get these grants. So you got to go through this whole process to get to that situation where you can even, and that's just to do 2 short pipelines, change ditches over into 2 short pipelines. We've got 100 and some miles of ditch. And we're changing about 6 miles out of that. And it costs that much money. So it's very difficult for private companies to get to that point. I think that personally, if Colorado is serious about wanting to do something about this, they need to come up with some money to fund some of these projects, not just, and I agree, it's better if there's multiple uses for the projects, but a lot of these projects are not. They're just strictly irrigation canals, but there's a tremendous water loss in these canals. And if we're talking about really saving a bunch of water, they need to get serious about funding some of this in a different manner. I mean, that is period. If they're serious about doing something about this, they need to get some source of funding to do this, but messing around.
A real reality check there. Thank you for that. I think we will call time on this, Glenn. Just real quick. Okay.
Really quick, just as a potential tweak or addition, because one of the issues around all this funding, which Gerald just alluded to, is the administration of grants, getting the grants. And maybe that's a place that makes sense for me, for the state to have like an ombudsman or a grant coordinator or someone who is dedicated to helping smaller entities get and administer grants. I don't know if you guys already do that. I'm guessing you might to some degree, but I don't know.
I'm sensing there's consensus to keep this on the list for now. It's a reminder, we're not voting until December 7th, so you still have the option.
Is it ready for a vote, or who amongst you is gonna take the first stab?
Nancy.
All right, thank you, Nancy.
And am I allowed to call people to
Not
drill in to make?
Not on the task force.
I can't even call her.
You can talk to your constituent group, and the best bet is to put it on that Google Doc. People are paying attention to that and adding comments, so, yeah, if you.
But you
take
can call
it-
CWCB
We'll do
staff.
the best.
Yeah,
we
and you
can.
can call my staff.
Yeah, you could call.
So our staff.
Yeah, you could call anyone's staff,
Call me, and I can call someone.
yeah. Right.
Okay, but I mean, I'm listening to what.
And it does not have to be perfect, because we are meeting in a week, so just an attempt to get this into something that looks more like a legislative. I think-
This is a twofold thing because Daryl put it, well, it's also a budget thing and it's a policy capacity.
I heard three things. I heard
Oops.
kind of rules for the program is what we were talking about. More money, obviously, and capacity, whether that's staff or a structure
Okay, three
at the
parts.
top of the help ditch companies and others do. So I heard three pieces
Yeah,
Sub pieces.
with
Right.
sub pieces. Yeah, so good luck.
and I think just as a sort of comfort for you and clarification for the rest of the task force, it's not just Nancy's job. You'll get something on the document and everyone else will help work on that.
Pile on.
Yes, right, exactly. All right, storage, and we'll take it as one, because I think Nancy, you liked that earlier, they're all interrelated, so let's talk about storage and get to Andy's sort of big criteria. Is this a legislative issue or not? If it is, what would the recommendation to the legislature?
Well, just a segue. It's a money thing. Again, it's high in the priority list in the water plan. And it's very expensive. It's very much like what Gerald just talked about for ditches. Same thing if you do with re-regulating reservoir. Money, this is gonna be a multi-pronged one as well. And they all interrelate. Some of it's rehab, some of it's rebuild. I mean, it is all kind of.
Or less.
Yeah, I know we're trying to take this all as one thing, but I think there is some differences in what's being proposed, right? So if we look at creating additional storage, right? Building new reservoirs is very different to more flexible sharing of water out of storage. So, right, and so I think I appreciate that we want to take it all as one, but I think there's a lot to unpack here, you know, and I think the storage, rehab and repair does link to the aging infrastructure we just had. So do we move storage, rehab and repair back to aging infrastructure? And are we comfortable with that? I don't know. I'm just trying to find ways to streamline it, but at the same time, I don't want to lose sight of some of the conversations because we had a long conversation back in September about flexible use of water out of reservoirs and how that could be done and examples of how it has been done. So, and Kevin can speak to that all day.
Yes, thanks.
Or in 5 minutes. but-
Andy.
Somewhere. I agree with Orla. I think we gotta take these separately within the concept of storage. I would just propose, let's start talking about aging infrastructure, aging reservoirs. I agree that should be included within the aging infrastructure concept. And I would just also say it is very true that is our cheapest new storage is rehabilitating our existing storage. And we've got on the West Slope, we've got a really good example of that in a number of small reservoirs up on the Grand Mesa that need to be renovated, that need a whole lot of rehab in order to function better and help our irrigators sustain their productive ag. And that's really critical, just as an example where that's the money we're talking about. And it's the cheapest money our state can spend on storage. So I just want to say totally in favor of that. And if we can just focus on the aging infrastructure and get to new storage and then talk about flexible use of storage. To me, that makes sense.
All right, so do we have head nods just to move that rehab and repair section up to aging infrastructure? Okay, all right, so that one is moving forward as part of B. Which do you want to take up next? Additional storage, flexible sharing, or statewide planning and funding?
Statewide planning and funding.
Okay. All right, go for it.
Okay. I just kudos, Randy, you did an excellent job with this short list. Thank you. If I could get a give the blue ribbon and go to you. Specifically 5 under her statewide planning funding for storage reservoirs. I think this is a really interesting idea, and I'm gonna get the acronym wrong, but someone from the Front Range can help me. When the South Platte did the storage, where they looked at all the different potential storage, was it Sprague? Okay, that's what I thought, but then I wasn't sure. I just felt like that was really interesting because they took everything, and of course, within everything, there's gonna be things that don't work. But I kind of see on the West Slope that sometimes we get stuck in the proposal that's on the table and we're not truly looking at the alternatives. And I like number 5 as an idea because it sort of gives us this broad look at what we could do that maybe we haven't in our factions or in our own industries looked at. Oh, I hadn't thought of that, right? It's an opportunity to kind of think bigger, and I really appreciate it that you added it in here. So that's just my reaction to it. I don't know where you go from there, but I think it's a really important way for us as a state to support our current water use levels, the current uses that we have now.
Yeah, thank you for that, Jackie. And I guess the other concept that it may didn't explicitly state in here is that obviously there are economies of scale for larger reservoirs than a lot of smaller ones, and they're much more water efficient in the EVAP perspective. So I think if there would be a more strategic look at it, I think we could get a lot of bang for our buck statewide.
Any comments?
Again, getting back to the, like, are we recommending a statutory fix, or are we just looking at, budget opportunities? And, I would take a look at what's will be proposed in the CWCB projects bill. The CWCB board will be considering that next week. And there will be discussion about a storage analysis and opportunities evaluation. So maybe just keep an eye on that. And certainly the intent of that is to really start getting at the water plan actions around storage and planning.
I was just gonna ask you a clarification question. Yeah, is that are you saying that number 5 is already on the CWCB's to-do list?
I wouldn't call it that specifically. It's like I think it could fit in there, but I think what Randy's proposing is like a comprehensive look at how we start planning, which is why I suggested we start with this first, because the other categories kind of fit in it. But I also haven't had, we haven't had the full shebang on it, so maybe I'm missing something that I don't know on that project bill. I don't.
She doesn't know, we don't know.
Nancy?
I would just say that sometimes my question is really process again. Does it help? If the CWCB needs to go that way, does it help for this group to say this is an important direction for the state to go? So it's not a policy, it's a narrative question to support what you're trying to get done. And it gives an endorsement from this group. We talked about it, we know it's concerned. I would think it still helps towards what you need to get done, either budgetarily or the new bill that, Roberts is trying to get through and change some stuff. Does it help for us to say that's exactly what we thought needed to happen? We're weighing in with narrative. You guys follow the legislation in the sausage making stage more than I do, but that's what I'm thinking. Can we help you? Can this group help you?
I think so. I mean, if you look at what, you know, what the CWCB prioritizes in the projects bill. And that's really my ask right now, is just take a look at what's already being proposed to see if it aligns with what's being recommended here. But yeah, pay attention to that and see where there might be opportunity to weigh in or support. But I will say it all ties back to the water plan and the water plan actions.
Randy? Yeah, I was just gonna say that is that if, you can make that project still available in our resources, I think that might be a tweak. Evaluating maybe what may not be covered or additions that we might want to recommend.
All right, so do we want to leave this on the list now as a narrative or a comment section of the report, or does somebody see a legislative proposal here that we should
narrative?
I see education or future work.
All right, so we'll leave it on the list under narrative, but not legislation. All right. We have create additional storage or more flexible sharing. Grab one of those.
Well, I was primarily gonna ask a question.
Yeah.
I'm sure many folks around the table understand forecasting for reservoir operations, which is typically applies to reservoirs that have a Corps of Engineer flood pool, trying to get the Corps to be more flexible, to allow more storage in that flood pool and use that water. I think it was done on Chatfield or something similar. Are there other reservoirs around the state or river basin that sort of thing can apply to? And I don't know how many federal flood pool reservoirs there are. But it's something that's in the West. A lot of people are looking at the West. It's a long run out process to work with the Corps to get it done. But you end up with, again, more flexibility when you have a lot of water in a system within that flood pool.
So Steve, having walked down that road in the past, I would suggest, so first thing I would say is, it's not legislative. So we can.
Except for
Colorado
time
legislature.
capacity for somebody in the state to work with the entities, right? Because it's huge. But go ahead.
Okay. I guess you can go there. You know, I mean, I'll be real honest. We made a run. We made inquiries at Pueblo Reservoir, and the final analysis is that we were going to lose about another 16,000 acre-feet of flexibility in our storage space after they got done reevaluating it. So, you know, I think, you know, given the fact that this is really, we need a federal fix to federal policies. I don't think it's a great place to go, but that's just based on one little reservoir.
Fair comment. So, but is it maybe on the federal side, federal request?
Well, and which gets back to Andy's question. I mean, do we want to solve federal problems here? I don't think so. You know, having worked on both sides of the aisle, you know, we got our arms full right now. I would say, you know, it'd be great to have some things out there in a different forum, but not today. That's just my suggestion.
We'll take it off the table, keep it. Maybe there's no recommendation out of this task force, but
I mean, you know, that doesn't mean we don't work on it. In Colorado, you know, there are other forums to play with that, and Water Congress is a great forum, and you know, we might do something. I hear we're getting new leadership in the future, and might be whole new ideas that people want to run through. So,
Or not.
or
I was just, you know, obviously the Colorado legislature can't solve federal problems. But I think it's a good point, and maybe it belongs in the narrative of, you know, are there other pockets in other reservoirs where if there was more flexibility, people could use the water that's already there and not build other things or, you know, look for other sources. Maybe it's not something the task force can solve, but I think it's worth at least noting the issue, because I think there's other examples around the state where, and I think we heard in public comment today, an example of where some flexibility has been used with federal operators. So, you know, how do we find more opportunities for that? So it may not be a state legislative fix, but don't want it to get lost.
Kelly and then Andy and then Alex.
Yeah, I think the area where the state, can lead in more is building out the tools that feed FIRO, right? Forecast informed reservoir operations. And so there's FIRO, like capital F FIRO, but then there's also like, okay, how can we better improve our forecasting for reservoir operations, whether it's under federal jurisdiction or not? And so that's, I would advocate for really leaning into some of those tools, like we heard about during public comment, expanding our soil moisture monitoring capacity, doing more telemetry for gauging, for DWR. I will continue to beat this measurement drum and the values of that. And I think that does open up the opportunity for us to squeeze more out of the existing storage at some point.
Very good point.
Yeah.
Andy, Alex, and then Allison online.
I would actually encourage the flexible water storage concept. I believe, Orla does need a legislative fix, because when we have engaged in flexible storage, we run up against, and I think Alex alluded to this in our comments in that proposal. If you're putting water in the stream during a drought and your reservoir is decreed for municipal and agricultural doing that reservoir operator will get what we call paper fill, will be deemed to have not used their water for a beneficial purpose. In the next year, they will be potentially unable to fill because they've got to let that water go through. And this isn't a criticism, Kevin, of you guys. You're following current law, but when we talk about needing flexibility, this is the flexibility that we need. I mean, the River District has been really creative, and luckily we have our general counsel wrote some decrees that are really broad and allowed us to use it for in-channel purposes. And through negotiations with the state engineer, but we did. Most decrees don't look like it, right? And so how do we get those reservoirs? I mean, I'm just going to throw out an example. I think it would be great if the CDC system one day could say, wow, we want to release water down into the upper Colorado because fish are dying, but we can't do that because we're fearing a paper fill the next year. And so I'd love to help Northern feel like they could do that without being injured. And I think that's really critical. And I think that requires the legislature telling our state engineer to do that. And so that's where I think legislature can be.
Can I just respond to that? So I was just responding to Steve's particular comment on the federal as opposed to flexible water sharing. So I don't disagree on the state legislation might be needed.
Kevin, did you want to respond now? Yeah, got Alex and Allison. Alex, go ahead.
I was going in the same direction. I wanted to get off of the federal question and talk about storage statewide and, in terms of flexible water storage, use of stored water. And I agree that it needs a legislative fix because I feel like the state engineer's office is constrained in how they can allow or disallow flexible sharing. And I just wanted to say, I don't know exactly what that legislative fix looks like, and I would want there to be kind of a subgroup that comes up with language because it's a little tricky. There's a line somewhere. You have to make sure that the use is not going to create injury. It's not going to expand the storage right to the detriment of someone else. And so how do you do that? The Aurora and Colorado Springs and Pueblo Board of Waterworks released water to do a compact compliance test in conjunction with the state engineer's office. And we had to go through a lot of work to show we were not expanding, double dipping, et cetera, et cetera. So I think it's a great course of action. Personally, I'm really in favor of this. I feel like this is an area that could lift a couple extra boats, and we need to have some thoughtful people helping to draft what that legislation might look like. including the state engineer's office and a bunch of reservoir owner operators.
Right, Allison, Kevin, and then we'll see how we want to move this forward or not. Ellen, Kyle. Right, Allison.
Okay, so briefly, I think I'm kind of echoing what followed after I raised my hand, but yes, let's please not try and tell the feds what to do, because boy, what a way to get shut down at the state level. But is part of this something that we want to include in sort of a separate discussion about shepherding? And if not, we're leaving it kind of wide open without any guidance on who would be working to determine the shared criteria and making those decisions. So in order, I think, for this to be a valuable contribution to this storage discussion, I think there needs to be a lot more detail about how it would actually happen.
Thank you.
I appreciate this discussion, and I just want to make a statement. First of all, I want to say, Andy and Peter, I see Elkhead Creek Reservoir as a distinct conversation. You built flexibility, Peter built flexibility into that decree, and it took us some time to get to where we got there. Thank you for that. But you know, the ultimate flexibility question, I think, this sounds drastic to say, but I'll say it to make a point, takes more than just a legislative fix. It takes a constitutional or prior appropriation fix. My point is, if we were talking right now and advocating for the flexibility to divert a direct flow water right off the river for something other than its decreed beneficial use, I think our conversation would be really short. If we were doing that to the detriment of downstream water rights. Because however you want to look at it, it's a change of water right without the water court process, or it's a diversion out of priority. That's what would be occurring, and we would call it material injury. Now, if we divert water into storage under a senior water right to the impact of downstream water users, they feel that. They feel that water that could have come down is instead being stored under a senior water right. Then when that water is applied to a beneficial use inconsistent with that storage right, then injury occurs. Now, it's difficult because there's a lag time. Maybe the lag was 1 day, or maybe it's 2 months. But somebody felt the impact of diverting water for a non-decreed beneficial use out of priority, and they didn't get water that they could have gotten. So it sounds a little difficult for us to consider that because, well, there was a 2-month lag and the water was taken out of the system. Why not get some other benefit out of it now? The impact already occurred. But I think we need to consider that impact becomes injury once the water is put to use out of compliance with its storage right. And maybe I just went too far. That's not really what anyone is advocating, but it's something we need to consider.
Things don't ever get simpler, do they? They just get more complicated. Kyle, and then Alex, then we're gonna call it up here.
I'm not gonna repeat what Kevin said, but I'm supportive of this. There are dozens of these arrangements already in place. And they have gone through so much discussion, input from stakeholders. And if they're good ideas, they come to be. I struggle to see how a statewide statute or even a West Slope specific statute would get us there. The injury determination, the impact analysis is so fact specific, so site specific. I struggle to see how we could handle that in a simple statute change, because these are not simple, as for a lot of the reasons Kevin's outlined and others. I'm not in favor of trying to come up with a statute that solves this problem, because it has already been solved. It can continue to be solved in ways, and if some of those solutions require statute changes, which some of them have, those will come to be for good reasons later.
Thanks, Ken. Alex?
I'm gonna respectfully disagree with the broader points that both of you made. Because I take, what I do agree with what Kyle said is that in water is always local, right? The hydrology, the conditions, the users, the type. So there's always these sort of local differences that define what injury may or may not occur. I think about Trans Mountain Water, and we had a case, the High Plains case, which found differently, and I argued for the decision that was made by the Supreme Court. But then upon experience and reflection, you think about water that is already removed from the system is, and so in storage, I think storage is different from direct flow water, right? So I make a strong distinction between those two. Storage water is removed. It's like Trans Mountain Water. It's gone. The system has felt that. And if you can confine the additional use to that amount without double dipping or replacing that inappropriately, and that paper fill is a method to try to do that, then it shouldn't matter what it's used for, because the system has already felt it. Whatever impact on users has already happened, as long as those safeguards are in place. And it might not be a blanket statute that says, you know, this should happen or this ability is there, but it could be a tweak that enables, that facilitates those sorts of agreements that you're referring to. That makes those, that gives the state engineer a little bit more latitude to think about these things. I'm very cognizant of local issues and injury, and that's what I tried to say, you know, there would have to be no injury. But if the water is already out of the system, and that impact of diverting the water has already been felt appropriately and in priority and is done, and you have this piece of water that should be able to be used for other purposes, I think. So I think there's maybe a middle ground there that could be explored, and maybe it's a, you know, something else, maybe it's an explore in more depth, but feels to me like this is a space where we can do something that's more flexible than what we've done, more easily than perhaps we've done it in the past.
All right, so does someone have a suggestion on where to place this? We can continue discussion to the 16th. We can put it in a box.
Yeah, I do think it's a complex issue. I think the issue Kyle identified, the potential injury the prior year and it's used and then has to be, so those are all questions that need to be addressed. I would almost, I know this sounds like I'm punting it, but is it appropriate for this board, this committee to recommend to the legislature that they set up a committee next year that studies flexibility in storage and brings all the stakeholders together to figure out how to do it, that addresses the concerns that are being raised. And because I do think this one in particular is more complex than a lot of the other issues. And I think we could do it all sorts of ways that could inadvertently cause injury. So how do we make sure that happens? And I think that discussion needs to happen on a statewide basis with stakeholders there. And so it's a recommendation to do that.
Great, and I think that's a perfectly legitimate bucket to put things in like this. Jackie?
So I pulled up the projects bill, and I think this actually might fit in below the projects bill discussion, and I just sent that language to Kelsey to send to you all, but I'm wondering that it says both drought and flood have implications for storage, which need to be considered in future planning. The analysis will refine Colorado's understanding of storage potential, work to identify and outline storage options, differentiate surface and groundwater storage opportunities, and provide a practical understanding of what challenges, opportunities, and alternatives to storage that must be considered alongside storage planning, yada, yada, yada. $350,000. I'm wondering if we don't look at that somehow between now and when it's finally put into the bill as a thing that we do. What's being suggested here today is something we do under that category if the project's bill moves forward, is have this task force, not this one, another one, look at this item. But it kind of fits neatly under there. So by supporting it through the legislature, maybe it's supported through the project.
Yeah, so our recommendation would be that be studied under that project.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah,
Yeah.
instead of like a
Right,
standalone.
right.
And thanks to Kelly for bringing that up. Okay.
Yeah, that was my same, rather than suggest to the legislature that they need to create another committee. Put it in as, Kelsey's identified, future work recommendation. Note that there is a projects bill area that this could, and recommend that the CWCB utilize that budget for this purpose.
Okay, do we have head nods on this?
Who's gonna write it up?
Good question.
Our facilitators.
So let me just, when you say write it up, do we need to?
Well, I was just gonna say,
We gotta report.
if somebody is taking notes,
That's,
yeah,
Right.
someone is?
Yeah.
If you can give them to me, then I will bring it up during the projects bill conversation, wearing my other hat at CWCB next week. How about that? And then it can be memorialized, however, we're memorializing things for the report too.
Yeah, I think that should be workable and, we've got sort of a running list and Kelsey's tracking to where things are falling out. So I think where we really need task force members to step up is the ones that are moving forward as legislative recommendations, the narrative pieces. We can handle.
Just want to be clear, are you taking all, because originally storage was one and now it's, we split it back out. So
Yeah,
what-
no, this is number 2.
This is D, more flexible storage. On this
I'm
cheat sheet.
signing you, I'm not over signing Jackie.
Okay, it is 12:15. Let's do a 20-minute break for lunch and you can bring your lunch and finish eating it here. And then we will continue on. I think this seems to be working well. I think we've made some progress. If you think otherwise, we can reconsider after lunch, but otherwise we'll continue in this format.
And lunch is if you go to the end of this hallway through that indescript door that doesn't say River District on it. And then turn right into our temporary workspace, you'll find a conference room with boxes on the walls. And on that table should be our lunch, which you can then bring back.
Andy, do you want to say something about the turf removal going on here, just in case somebody wants?
Yeah, if anybody has during these next 20 minutes, an opportunity to go walk around outside, we yanked out over 30,000 square feet of turf in the last 6 weeks here and have planted native vegetation. We could not get support from our fellow condominium owners here, business owners, so we funded the whole thing. But it is a really good example of what you can do, and it's got some cool workspaces that have river views and we've got some future plans too, second, third phases, but it's a really good example of what you can do. There is some turf, which we do use, but that is what they call, I was told, eco turf, which is not artificial, but it is a proper mix of fescue and other low water drought tolerant.
Can you send that bill to the lower basin?
The water's being picked up, but probably enjoyed by the endangered fish, which support us all.
All right, thanks and thanks for lunch.
Sounds like they're gonna, when you work in education, they can't even get their fellow
All right, thank you. You are now eating on television, so good luck. All right, we are on create additional storage, but before we jump in, is everybody all right with this method of proceeding? And I think we did want to make sure we got to demand management today, so at 2:30 we'll check in and see where we are. See if we need to move those up or how you want to handle it. We've got enough time for that. So let's open the floor to create additional storage, and that is on the packet of all the proposals that's on page 3. Nancy.
I think we've been concerned that storage keeps kind of raised and then it disappears. And so we decided we'd be more detail oriented. Because it's it could be infrastructure again, or could be funding. But we know that when we've been 17 out of 23 years, we've been back to 70% already. With the number of miles of, like you, Daryl, with the miles of canals and stuff, water won't get everywhere it needs to go. And some of the answers that we've looked at are what we call re-regulating reservoirs. If there's early runoff, we'd love to fill it. We'd love to be able to use that to help us push our water and make sure it's still efficient. We were not thinking of changing legislation. It's more of how do you make this work intrastate, more effective Colorado first kind of orientation that we really wrote our comments on. So we're talking about small reservoirs, just capture early runoff so that there is more water in the rivers. When it's dry in the summer, we get temperatures where they need to be. We have more capacity to do that as well as take care of the grade water users. So that was a big concern of ours. We don't know if there is a funding pot. Could be in the projects, I don't know. But we knew storage came out high in the water plan, but we weren't hearing that there's water funding infrastructure dollars. Like Gerald, we looked at 1 mile of fixing one pipeline, and it was $6 million. All this stuff is very expensive. It needs to be big bucks. Who said that? I think Aaron did. A couple of people did. You look at what Arizona's putting into it, California's putting into it. It's bigger than $25 million for our water. So we really need to see where we fall out as a task force on funding. So is it funding? Is it a money bucket I'm talking about? But that's some of the issues that we look at, trying to make a system work in drier times, still taking care of the temperatures in the water, making sure our recreationists, City of Montrose wouldn't even have a water problem. They don't get our ag water. So how do we do all of the above? Because we don't just take care of water for farmers, and we also have hydro as well. So we're trying to see how are we going to make it through times of drought and making sure everybody understands it's not what we're trying to do to keep these systems functioning. Very expensive. We're rural. We don't have deep pockets. We're not like Denver Water. They can put X amount on every single tap in Denver to fix some of their stuff. It is very cost prohibitive. That's where we came from.
Yeah, I think, I'm not sure what you classify as small storage, but I just found out earlier this week, the Bureau Breck's small storage grant program. It was a minimum of 2,000 acre feet, but they've reduced it down to 200. So that might be a funding pot coupled with the community assistance grants from the state. Of course, our friends at the Colorado River District.
We pushed hard to get that limit lowered.
Great, thank you. That's really helpful.
So that's a done deal.
Yeah.
Alex.
I just had a clarification question because I wasn't quite sure what the ask is here. Is it to create more funding that's directed at storage?
Apparently part of it has been fixed, being able to get money down to very small.
But that's the federal dollar, so that's on the federal side of it. Yeah, but help.
But it is, it's for very small things. I think everybody, even if it's in the narrative, when they think of reservoirs, they think Chimney Hollow, they think big. And that's not what all reservoirs are. Some of them would help give you more water in the summer when the rivers are lower because it's dry. We're already down to 70%.
But are you only asking for the funding of that, or are you asking for something else around the idea?
I would think I would put it in a, but storage just feels like people don't like it. It's never been popular, so therefore it's a narrative and it's a funding issue. Andy.
I would just say, I would encourage this to be part of the narrative. Part of it is that, at least at the River District, we look at small high mountain storage as a climate change adaptation tool. And it really has to do with, you know, we as a human race have retimed the flow of our rivers by raising temperatures and increasing early season runoff. And you can use a combination of small storage and some natural infrastructure, whether they're Alex's beavers or they're beaver dam analogs. There are ways to slow that increased runoff and adapt to human caused climate change. And you know, we've utilized buckets throughout the western slope to help cool streams off and give water. I want to stress this to our producers during times of drought, and it can do both. And you can't do it if you don't have the storage. And so we have a number of high mountain areas within the western slope that would be ideal for that. And I'm not talking about areas within wilderness or anything like that. Just because, but there are available areas that I think, you know, whenever they're proposed, there is this uproar and outrage over it, and then we shoot ourselves in the foot and walk away. And I think that's a mistake. You know, 50 years from now, we're going to have streams that have a whole lot less water than they do now, and we're going to have farms and ranches that don't operate. And you know, the Upper Uncompahgre is a perfect example where, because of higher temperatures and lower water availability, the call has come on the Upper Uncompahgre way more often, and has caused our ranchers there to essentially have to be heard. And I think it's really dangerous to allow that change without having a full dialogue about it and having a storage. I just encourage that to be in the narrative.
So does anyone see a need for legislation here? Or let's go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. My first question was answered already, which was whether there was a legislative request, and it sounds like it's a funding request. And then as you were giving your intro, Nancy, I have to say, it made me think of what Alex has proposed, but also all the work that's being done on process-based restoration, right? You know, things in the watershed that are happening around stream restoration and all those process-based restoration activities.
That's on another subject.
It's, well, I was questioning whether they could be purged. So, I think there's maybe a distinction there, but, when you were talking, that was immediately what I was thinking of.
That is
More to the natural process, yeah.
Okay, and if you're looking at funding, is that a specific request to a particular bucket, or is it a more of a narrative? There should be more money for this.
Is it on your projects list?
But anything like that? Go ahead, Kelly, for stuff like that.
So for like constructing new storage projects, or for analyzing opportunities, evaluating opportunities? For new
Cost us money if we were to put some of those high mountain. reservoirs on. I don't know if it's federal, more federal, Andy, I don't know. And I thought April spoke to that as well earlier about doing more creative releases. I think there's good reasons to put money towards it, but I don't know enough. But we haven't, as an organization, haven't tried to fund one.
Yeah. I'm happy to respond to that. I think it just depends on the storage project, the partners, et cetera. How an entity finances a new storage project. typically there are some loan dollars that would have to go into that because a new storage project, I mean, could be an order of magnitude greater than what would even be available on an annual basis, whether it be a WSRF or water plan grants. So these are big projects, and we have folks in the room that are familiar with financing, storage projects. So it is, it's tricky. I think for a lot of projects, it'd be tricky to exclusively fund that through grants. It's a piece of it. I think so, yeah.
So it might be off base here, but it almost seems like this falls in under number 5 of the statewide planning and featuring of just considering statewide modeling and planning efforts for new or expanded reservoirs. And I don't know if you could add that into the narrative, and then also have on the funding, kind of the funding, have that there, but I feel like this would fall under the narrative.
I'd have to defer to Andy on some of the high, but for ours, it wouldn't be, I don't think you even find it on the statewide map. The kind of re-regulating size reservoirs that we need. I'm looking at my other counterpart, I just don't think it would show up.
All right, so we've got a proposal to leave this as a narrative discussion with a request for more funding generally. And there is verbiage in the short list here that I think could possibly be tweaked to turn into the narrative. Any objections to that? All right, we will leave that in that bucket for now. And move to forest health. We have 2 items under forest health. Forest health and wildfire ready watershed. So we've got natural process protection to promote drought and wildfire resiliency. And Alex, that was yours.
Yeah, that was mine. So the idea is that I think there's beavers coming back. We came in, settlers came in 150 and 200 years ago, we extirpated the beavers. And that actually started the drying of the West, because the evidence I think is pretty clear that the beaver ponds saturate the soils, they keep the water higher, they allow, not only do they actually did in Arizona, they did a study with a bunch of ranchers where they repatriated beavers into a particular watershed. And the ranchers who were concerned about injury to their water rights were actually really pleased, because later in the year, those flows came down when it was drier. So it helps not only in terms of drought, but it also helps in terms of wildfires. I think the Audubon Society has really been talking about this for several years now and has a presentation that shows what happens when a fire sweeps through and there's a beaver dam in place, and that what that does to protect the landscape around it. So it's a natural process that occurs. Beavers move in, and I want to create clarity for the state engineer's office, because I think there has been historically a tendency around those naturally occurring entities as to whether they should be removed. And I think it's changed over the years, and depending on who's leading what charge. But I think it would be helpful for state engineers and for water users to say, yeah, if a beaver moves in and it's, not disturbing your property and you're fine with it, that's a natural process that should just be left alone and not automatically removed from the landscape, because of all the benefits it provides and because it's just a natural process. I'm not sure I articulated that completely, but that's my suggestion. I think it does need legislation just to make that clear for everyone involved.
Aaron, and then Randy, and then Nancy.
Okay, I was at the end of the line.
That's
I just not prepared to speak. This is something that, the Nature Conservancy owns and leases a number of properties. It's a question that we've had out there. I'm sure there are details that have to be worked out, but I just want to say I like the way that it's framed. That it's not suggesting that if beavers are creating harm, that we should just let them do that harm, but I like trying to find a clearer path that if beavers are out there not harming people, that we can find a way to allow them to do the work that they're doing. So I just wanted to express support for the.
Thanks, Randy.
It's more of a question, not being a beaver aficionado, but I guess is it pretty common for beavers to be moving in, or is it more of a need to introduce beavers?
I can answer part of that. So Aurora owns a piece of property up in South Park. That is a ranch that we bought for mitigation purposes. So the purpose of the property is to replace public access to streams for public access that was inundated with Spinney Reservoir. And there are beavers moving in. It's actually the Parks and Wildlife helps us manage that property and manages the public access. And we've had this question, like, do we have to do anything about them, or can we just let them go? We're not doing anything to facilitate or make it happen, but because they're looking for homes, thank you for standing right there. They're just moving in, and we don't want to have to be asked to remove them because they're interfering with water rights administration. We just want to let them do their thing. So that would make that situation very clear.
Nancy and then Kyle.
I don't have a problem with it either, but it is something that's also happening on the national forests, low-tech restoration. And the cumulative effect when there's too many of it does affect water rights, but do you think the way you've worded it, that's in showing harm would say that we might have to take those beavers out there because all of a sudden you're not getting any water downstream?
Yes, I think that's exactly right. And that's the intent. If there is harm being caused and people are really concerned, that is not present that.
Because we're very active in the Upper Gunnison, but they also found places where the water wasn't getting to the streams. And it was because it was cumulative to what the Forest Service was doing up above and what they were doing down below.
Yeah.
Kyle.
Yes, I believe, asked Kevin to put Kevin on the spot here in that, I guess educating us all on what is allowed or is need to be removed.
And Alex is right. In my 25 years, I've seen this do a little bit of that, but where we are right now, and this is not unlike, I think, what we've been historically to a large degree, and it's not unlike what Alex is proposing. We do have statutory authority and responsibility to remove unnecessary obstructions. But the way we treat that is certainly if there's a beaver pond, fine, let the beaver have the beaver pond. If it is injuring water rights, direct cause and effect, it might be two mechanisms. One, sometimes these beaver ponds just spill the water over the banks into a different sub-channel where it bypasses a head gate. That's clearly causing an impact. Sometimes it's just like Nancy described, cumulative effect, the evaporation of that ET, just reduces the stream flow. In that case, if somebody does complain, so to speak, and we'll ask the landowner to remove the dam, we'll coordinate with CPW on whether the beaver needs to be removed or not. But it needs to be a specific cause and effect. Again, that's a good example. One beaver pond up there, is anybody saying anything? No, but you know, all those beaver ponds are one of those specific mechanisms I described. Then we would ask the landowner to move down.
Thank you. I guess with that, Alex, what was your proposed, I guess, change to current statute or addition to current statute?
Good question. I haven't looked at statutory language. I think that, you know, we had a conversation right before this about high mountain small storage, and beavers do that for free. And it is extremely beneficial to the environment, to our watersheds, to our ecosystems. So I think it would be some clarity, maybe around what obstruction of the stream means, right? Maybe that's the place for legislation, just noting, providing that clarity that if it's this natural process, then the state engineer is not going to take any action unless specifically requested or something like that. That would be.
You're not looking for a fix, you're looking for clarity or affirmation.
Because, as Kevin said, agreed, over the last 25 years that I've been involved in water, a great deal of that with the state, there have been different water commissioners, there have been different attitudes towards this. There have been people who are like, nope, just blow them all, let's get rid of them. And I think that's morphed to the position that we're at now, where it's more nuanced. But it can easily go back, and let's just provide some clarity around that idea.
Right, we are at 10 minutes on this discussion. Do you feel like it needs to move forward as legislation? And if so, there is a paragraph from Alex at the top of page 5 of your packet. Do you feel like that is enough of a description, or does that need more work? Lee?
I guess, so and then this does go directly to the question of what do we do with this? And I guess having, again, been witness to some of these very strange policy discussions around beavers, to the point of giving one of the Water Conservancy District general managers in the Arkansas Basin Award, that's the friend of the beaver, because he was so excited about the issue as it came in front of a legislative panel. I think this is a good one I think our group suggesting the initiation of a discussion on this is a great idea. I think it's a good idea. I don't think it's ready for prime time for this group to propose legislation. That's knowing that the Arkansas Basin Roundtable will come after you, undoubtedly. So I think this is I think this is a conversation that should be being had. 2 years ago, it started to be had in a Water Resources Review Committee meeting, and I'm probably not the time or the place that it should have been had. And I'd like to see the discussion had, but I just I don't see us saying it's today is the day to recommend legislation.
And if I might just clarify, just so you said because the Arkansas will come after you, does that mean that your sense is that many water users would be nervous about not being able to claim injury and ask the state engineer to do something that they
yes, there are going to be people who say that this is going to cause me injury and we don't want to see that happen. I'm not sure that those are well-informed positions, but I think that to just come out and do something without having laid the groundwork with a positive conversation is just this just isn't the time or the place. Is my suggestion. I think that a recommendation that we start to have that conversation, and that this group believes that we should start that conversation is positive.
Thanks, Kyle, Aaron, Andy, Nancy, and then you're gonna call and end this.
I just need more clarification before we even are you suggesting this would just clarify the state engineer's authority? Or are we talking about this being applied to all water users, all landowners?
It would just be state engineers. So landowners, of course, have the ability to do whatever they want, right? If they can, under the wildlife laws or whatever else might impact that decision. But this would just be the state engineer's authority around as a water rights administrative tool. Is what I'm thinking.
Removal of an obstruction statute would be.
Yeah.
Okay.
Andy.
I understand that there are folks in the state who either, as I think Lee said, may without appropriate data or even with data to back up their opinions may disagree with the statute, but that's the kind of stakeholder process that a legislator who would be sponsoring a bill like this would engage in and would hear from both sides. They'd have a public hearing process. I don't think that's grounds for us not to recommend legislation. And so I would be in favor of this staying on the list. Alex has made some good points. I think we should clarify the state engineer's role in blowing up beaver dams and just put that out there, that Kevin, maybe you have a job in your retirement, or maybe we're going to take it away. I don't know.
Beginning days at DWR, a discussion where Alex was in the room about using dynamite.
See?
Real discussion, and it was.
Explosives?
You remember that, Alex?
Karen.
I agree that it's worthy of more discussion. Whether we decide to recommend it is another conversation in my mind, but I think it's worth kind of getting more clarity, understanding if there is a specific proposal, that maybe we can thread the needle. Maybe we end up deciding not to pursue it, but I'd like to continue the discussion.
Great, thanks. Nancy, and then Kevin will give you this.
It gets very convoluted, I thought, with the bill that Cleve Simpson was carrying through on stream restoration. The beavers were large in that conversation. And that did start to cause people concern because they didn't have to go through water court when it looked like it would affect somebody downstream. So it does get more complicated and more deeply. So I'm all for narrative is great, but it's I agree. There's legislation I know that Cleve is continuing to work on that issue to try to come to final resolution.
So I think the proposal on the table is to move it forward as a legislative proposal for now, knowing that it could be moved to another section or moved off the list by December 7th. That's.
And I would volunteer to draft some language for people's consideration.
Thank you, Alex. Kevin.
I'll just quickly say, and this is in my advisory capacity, if it puts a tangible point on it for Alex and for our discussion, I think the statute of play is 37925027, which means nothing, but it currently says the state engineer, division engineer, and their duly authorized assistants have the power and duty to issue orders so that the streams of the state may be kept clear of unnecessary dams or other obstructions, which may restrict or impede the flow of water to the water users of the state. So it's pretty protective of your concept, but it seems like you ought to add to that something along the lines, I'm not proposing legislation, but something along the lines, but no such removal shall take place if there is no evidence of injury or something like that.
Yeah, something like, yeah, like.
Is that what you're at?
If such obstruction is created by a natural process that is not causing harm, there is no duty for the state engineer to remove that obstruction, something like that.
So that's 37
502.
502.
Oh, sorry. The dream of big numbers.
All right, so
27.
All right, so Alex, you are going to take a stab at this, and Kevin, you'll be looking at the document to comment on whatever Alex comes up with.
Absolutely.
Okay, as well as others. Kelly, did you have a?
I just want to be really clear. Are we talking, because we're sort of conflating stream restoration activities where humans go in and do work with natural beaver activities. So I just want to make sure that we're really just talking about natural beaver or wildlife activity, muskrat, et cetera.
Right, natural process. Well, I guess humans are natural, but where people
aren't intervening. It's the wildlife activity. Exactly. There you go. Good one.
Kelsey, can you draw a muskrat now?
We're now playing picture. All right, one more off our list. We are now to forest health and wildfire, prioritizing forest health. Is that the one that Derek had brought forward?
Yeah, and I'll just add into that. It was brought up in public comments. It was brought up to some Western Slope ag people have brought it up to us. And I know that part of it gets overlapped into community wildfire protection plans, wildfire ready watersheds, part of the water plan. But what I'm finding is the standards are not high enough. The standards were written back under Healthy Forest Restoration Act before we had the big fires. And they're not adequate. I know Montrose County just spent $100,000 to do their study and under the new standards, it's look at your watershed. Where's your water coming from? That's what was left out of the Healthy Forest Restoration Act. And if it gets added, everything's fixed. It's not mandated. So right now we're spending state dollars on new CWPPs that do not look at your watershed. And yet I thought that was the goal of being ready for the drought, being ready for the wildfire. So that's my suggestion. There are implementation guidelines that were written in 2009. Just need to enact it. And that is maybe policy, not legislation. I mean, they all rely on the Healthy Forest Restoration Act, but before spending state dollars, we should raise that bar. And they're looking at your watersheds. They're looking up at these troubles. They're looking where the water's coming from before it hits Greeley. And they're not. So a suggestion.
I think Aaron was pretty.
Very brief. I think this category is really important. It's a priority for Nature Conservancy. I'm curious, I'm curious to understand, maybe somebody who's not on the task force can send me that offline, because I'd be interested to see that. That might be useful. I also know there's not unlimited money, but I also think this is a place where we have really good programs. They could probably be strengthened, but they always need more resources, investing in, wildfire mitigation, and also fires are going to happen, investing in post-fire recovery. Some of that being reforestation. We've supported additional investments into the state nursery to help them start growing the trees that are necessary to revegetate these burn scars. And a need for more capacity. It's not just, can't just put money on the ground and hope that it grows trees. You need people who are trained in those wildfire mitigation and revegetation practices. We have some programs that were funded last year or the year before to support forestry mitigation internships, I believe. So again, recognizing that there's only so much money, I think it's an area that has a clear benefit to our rivers, to our watersheds, to our water users, and would love to see a recommendation for additional funding. And curious to better understand the 2009 guidance. So I think it's a really important one.
Steve.
So I agree with everything Aaron just said. I'd just add to it that there's a lot of this conversation going on in the new Farm Bill rewrite right now. So I think it's a year behind schedule probably, but in the next 6 to 9 months, we will see a lot of these issues unfold. Senator Bennett certainly is going to lead on a lot of them. So in my mind, a lot of this is maybe monitor what happens there to see what can fit in at a statewide and local level once those things are in place.
The water supply piece he took out of the old Farm Bill and he put it under Healthy Forest Restoration Act.
Correct, but they're looking
So,
for rewrites on it.
so let's see if they fix it.
Yeah,
So
agreed.
far, I don't.
So is there a proposal for how this topic moves forward? Orla?
I was just gonna say, I think this is really important, but also to build on the work that was done in the water plan around the, using nature-based solutions to do this work and thinking about that. And I think there is Aaron touched on it, but there's this overwhelming need for funding, capacity, and a lot of coordination. To Steve's point, like there are so many agencies involved and so many people that need to be coordinated. And it sounds like this is really like in the funding request for this. But I think that sort of broader perspective is important and thinking about what may be happening in other places as well. Yeah.
To me, it's funding and policy piece, but it's not legislation. And I'll send it to Kelsey so you have the guidelines.
I will send all of you so you have the guide.
So the proposal is that we keep this one on the list, but it goes in as a funding recommendation, as a policy, and as a monitoring with Farm Bill and other things that are going on. Okay for now? All right, next up, water banking, Lee Miller.
All right, so we've heard previously about water banking. What I've put in here essentially is we have an existing statute that's underutilized that allows for regional water banks to be created by local governmental entities or the state. And what I've suggested is that, and my suggestion is based on my experience with the Arkansas Basin Water Bank, as well as the things that have been written by some of the CU professors in the last couple of years, as well as some other entities who've looked at the question. I think this is a tool that, and you know, we started out with what tools could we create or modify that would allow us to address drought resiliency and the issues that were raised. And so one of the things that Professor Castle and late Professor Wilkinson suggested, as well as was in the original bill proposed in 2001, was that it not be limited to storage, but that you could also water bank direct flow water rights. And so that's in, you know, on page 6 of the documents, literally you need to strike one word in section 3780.5 1045, which is stored. And why we're doing, again, I'm relying heavily on other people's works to put down the words for why I think it's a good idea, what the point is. So.
Right, so you are recommending specific legislation.
Specific
that gets rid of the
legislation.
word stored.
Yeah, I took, guess what I took very seriously that we were supposed to be putting forward legislative proposals. I have a legislative proposal. And so, implementation for that.
Comments? Steve?
First.
No, sorry. I'm failing at this job. We'll just go. You know, I have a bad rep.
I just have a question. You said in the original bill, you had all water rights or original draft, and then direct flow was taken out. What were the concerns at that time about the direct flow water rights?
So at that time, basically, they were concerned about whether or not you could actually quantify without a full-blown water court process how much water could be moved. Since that time, we've done a lot of work with other statutes that have been, so everybody came up with their favorite new tool over the last 20 years, and Water Bank was at the beginning of the line and got forgotten. Where we've done a lot better work of having the state engineer's office through substitute water supply plans, interruptible supply agreements, other things to take what is a conservative approach for evaluating the transferable consumptive use in those circumstances. So I think that through all the things that have gone on with the other tools that people have tried to develop under the idea of ATMs or various things, that we actually don't have the level of concern about it. And because it's in a program that requires rules to be put in place before it operates, you've got lots of protections. Even I would argue more protections than you have under, you know, interruptible water supply agreements or substitute water supply.
Andy?
Yeah, I think it's an interesting concept. I think a couple things I want to make sure it's limited to, and your intent is to limit it to intrastate water banking.
That's correct.
Okay. And then two, the historic consumptive use quantification of a direct flow right can be complex, you know, in the Colorado Basin. I'm just concerned. The devil would be in the details in terms of making sure that protection actually occurs, and that the notice and ability to object, and then the ability to appeal it into water court should someone be concerned about their injury under that.
Well, so if I may, why I like the statute, because everyone, you know, when we did this, we were right at the front end of the ATMs. And so there were lots of people were very concerned about this innovative idea of moving water on a temporary basis. And so what we have there is you have to have a governmental entity who creates and sponsors the water bank. The state engineer has to promulgate rules. The rules are then challengeable in water court. So you've got a lot of protections up front for the program. I mean, you know, one of the things that's going to be, I think, interesting is that, so because of the activity of the least fallow program in the Arkansas basin, people had to look really hard at how do you put together a tool that allows you to effectively manage those historic, you know, analysis of the historic consumptive use. And they were successful in getting that tool developed. So successful that some of the West Slope legislators wanted to make it a statewide statute. I think you guys got that started. But the point being is that we're trying to drive, if we're going to be successful in some of these flexible operations, we've got to have a tool that will drive building some of these pieces into place so that we don't have the continual argument with literally no information. And so I think this is a great incubator for developing those kinds of programs because we were forced to build so many protections into the process. You know, you've got to have a sponsor entity. The state engineer's got to approve rules. The water cart has got to review and accept the rules. I mean, because that's the system, I think it's a good place to give people protection and find out the answer to things like, what is historic consumptive use of, you know, an alfalfa crop in the, you know, the upper Colorado River basin.
Alex and then Kevin.
I really have clarification questions because I just want to make sure I understand two things. One, what does risk-free mean? And then two, how is this, I mean, I heard you said a couple things that might make it really different from, say, the super ditch or other interruptible water supply agreements or lease fallowing arrangements. It feels like maybe a slightly larger, like a more comprehensive program, but maybe if you could talk to how is this better and different and needed given the other tools that have developed over the last several years?
I think so, and that's a fair question. None of them have taken off particularly well. The least fallow essentially bogged down in that procedural element. So what I think that the water bank brings that the least fallow program doesn't have is that upfront procedural element. But when you ask the question, the idea of the water bank, and as I mentioned when we first presented this, bank is a lousy word. I hate it. I wish we could have had a different word, but water exchange is already taken in Colorado. What this is it's like a commodity exchange. So someone brings something into it, they can take it out. They, you know, they can decide, you know, somebody comes in and says $10 an acre foot, or, you know, and they go, my water rights worth, you know, $10,000 an acre foot. No transaction. I mean, and I think that's what I mean about being risk-free for the water right. You bring it in, but if you don't want to sell it, you don't have to sell it. Someone makes you an offer. It's like a commodity circumstance. And, you know, I mean, presumably you have the good faith that whatever, you know, if someone meets your price, that you're going to make that exchange. But you've still got, you know, you've got you're taking your product, that water right of certain quantity for a certain time, and you're offering it for sale in a controlled market.
For sale or lease?
Lease.
Kevin, and then we're gonna go with this.
So I'm maybe repeating what you just said, but I've always thought it's sort of a water market, and the water market exists now, but it's informal and it's not structured. And we give structure to that. The other thing I wanted to say, reason I put my card up was, and I just completely drew a blank, and then I got it back. Right.
Always a plus.
Hence my retirement. But there's the question about, got it? Yeah. The least fallow tool that we've talked about. And I hope this is a little bit responsive to what you and Andy were saying and not duplicative, but the point is to make it work, you need that more streamlined HCU analysis process and tool, which we developed for the fallowing leasing pilot projects, and it works well. It works well because it's conservative, so we're leaving a lot on the table. And so I think you did a good job of bringing that in, and Andy, you asked the question, and that gives you a little more background on how it works, but I wonder whether as a separate line item for our discussion, is that type of streamlined HCU analysis tool that would apply not only to water banking, but maybe some of these other water sharing efforts or needs that if maybe the task force would like to implement, water users would like to implement in the coming years. In other words, you can't do like the South Platte folks do and spend millions of dollars in 3 years on every change of water right. And because it's not worth anything to the West Slope water users that want to participate in some of these things. So I just want to plant that seed, maybe for that separate item. That would be cool.
Aaron.
Do you want to respond? I'm curious. I'm interested in an answer because I do think that's an interesting question using I don't exactly know what it would look like, so I'm hesitant to make the recommendation, but exploring options like that, the least fallow tool, other streamlined HCU analyses statewide, and maybe that's something that would necessarily be part of the process here.
So maybe in a partial response to Kevin, that, so we've had, so I'm always a little, it's I pick and choose which fights I want to refight from the past, and, whether it's, and the question is always, is it time to have that fight again or not? And in my mind, the beauty of this is, rather than have that fight again on a statewide basis, because sometimes, when you try and craft something to fit all water basins, you end up with something that works in none of the water basins. Because there is a process by which the proponent of the water market, I'll use Kevin's, although that one's got baggage too, is going to have rules promulgated by the engineers, by the state. I think that kind of local control process where you fight that battle there for your particular bank is advantageous in as much as everyone's invested. Why the least fallow tool works in the Arkansas is because they beat each other up for a couple of years and ultimately came out, but they had the legislation in place so that was good, that could operate. And so they came to an agreement on that. As you build a water bank, if you can have that discussion as you're putting together your bank, and then the people who are going to be involved in that arguably are invested in that result.
Simple question, Lee, is there limitations on who can lease it and for what use on the back end? Do you envision there being?
I envision that being something that's addressed in the creation of the bank, of the individual banks.
Okay, we are at about 15 minutes on this topic. What is your pleasure for moving it forward? Is it a legislative recommendation from this group? Is it something else? Sounds like there's enough interest that it's not off the table, but how would you like to proceed with this?
I guess, why don't we bring it forward to the voting round, if there's. I think maybe we all want to read the statute again and familiarize it, if there's another way. People can bring up their questions, prior to the voting round, maybe. I think it deserves to stay on the table, I just don't know what else to say besides keep it on the table.
In your references sections, there's the work that the River District did on the water bank. There's the article from the CU, there's the rules that are currently in effect in the Arkansas. So, I mean, there's a lot of resources if you care.
So Lee, will you take a look at what's in the short doc, see if there's anything you need to add to that to make it into a legislative proposal? And then, I think that's perfectly on the list now. Cares. All right, let's move on to industrial water users, and then we have, we want to take a quick break after that.
Well, thanks. I won't take up more than 10 minutes. But the industrial users, specifically Excel, Yesco and Tri-State, did hear the comments from the last meeting that we had, and so we went back and had some discussion on the loan program and how we can drill into the concerns that were brought to the table. So we did work with the CWCB and the recovery program to come up with a language that is in the tool in the short list. But as you can see, that was a little bit late at night when I wrote it. And then the next day we did a little bit better, more condensed job in putting it in our one pager, which is at the very end of your packet. So, you know, there is just one kind of fresh thing in the one pager. So I actually just ask you to go there, knowing that this is not where you vote. I don't think you need to, you know, debate the language specifically the way we laid it out in B, but, you know, ultimately we kind of condensed it in the short page, and then added that safety clause that said held for safety clause. And that was just, you know, considering that in 2050, when this proposal would expire, I don't plan to be still working, although I guess I could be. But probably the majority of us won't. So just clarifying the intent of the concept for future legislatures or future water users was the purpose of the short list language in E, as noted there. So happy to answer any questions.
This was a late minute addition to the packet, so it is not on the short list, but it will be added. It was, the packet's already gotten printed, and so it's not on the table of contents, so we printed it and then stapled it to the back of the packet. So we'll get it up on we'll get it up on the short list.
Thank you. Sorry. It is on the.
I just wanted to cause some confusion about where it
Yeah,
was, and so.
Yeah. Just like to keep you guys on your toes after lunch.
We read all of this.
I know you did. That's why I'm keeping you on your toes. You can use whatever you want. I don't want to make this hard for you, but.
Thanks.
All
But I
right,
did anyway.
question for Jackie. Andy, you've got your card up.
Yeah, I want to say I definitely appreciate this proposal and think it makes sense. And I think in the context of, you know, our society, the state government has asked this industry to transition into renewables, and giving some time to this particular industry to figure out how to do that and not lose valuable property interests is good. So I like that. I did want to see if we could recommend a couple, what I would think hopefully are received as friendly amendments. One is the supporting industries language. Is it possible to limit that to thermal electric production and coal production? And are there, or is it intended to be broader? Is it intended to include, for instance, absolute water rights that could have been made absolute during the oil shale boom? Or is it just thermal electric and in whole that you're looking at, because I think those are the rights that are impacted by this societal request of your industry. And so I want to, because there are a lot of energy rights and, you know, and so which one do you?
So, we thought we were clarifying that with electric utilities. In the where are you?
I'm on the short list.
Okay.
In A, so.
Yep.
Yep.
So when we come, thank you for that comment. And yeah, renewable loans from electric, yeah, and I see what you're saying there. Thank you. I will take that back, and certainly it's not meant to encapsulate oil shale or other.
Yeah, or natural gas. I'm
Yeah,
just trying to
it is
understand it. I'm not
underneath.
necessarily opposed. I
Yeah.
just want to make sure we understand which the word.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And then, there was another, yeah, so I think I touched on this. This is in subsection D now. Would you be, my concerns have to do with both in Division 6 and in Division 4, where I'm aware of plants that might utilize this to work with donating to the stream program or keeping it in the stream. Would you be willing to add to D a sentence along the lines of, in no event shall water loaned under this program, under this subsection be shepherded past agricultural diversions existing at the time of the enactment of the legislation. And so what I'm getting at is, up in we can use Yampa as an example. If there are ag diversions that are up there, that there are, and we're aware of them, where there could be a call on the river, and Tri-State's Water would have, but for this statute and ability to loan it, or would have been available for them to pick up. So it would have satisfied that Tri-State's Water would have satisfied the call, would have prevented the call from going on in Yampa, and therefore ag users would have stayed in priority. The pumpers, kind of the Maybell ditch, the pumpers above the Cross Mountain ditch up there. And so in this instance, you would say, look, we loan it to the stream through the CWCD's program, and that's great. I think the stream benefits, but let's not injure those existing ag uses that would have been able to take it under the prior appropriation doctrine, but for this ability to loan it to the stream. So we're preventing that injury, that potential injury to those ag users. I'm not as familiar with the San Miguel River, but I think there are a couple of ag users down there as well that could potentially be injured in that scenario.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
So you're saying that instead of having it administered as to its current decree, like the date of the decree, you want it to be like, I think I'm misunderstanding.
Yeah, I'm saying that if the current date of the decree would actually turn off ag users. I don't know all of the pump dates down, for instance, in the it is possible that some of those pumps have rights that are junior to your decrees. And so this would enable that water to be shepherded except for those pre-existing ag rights that would pick it up if it wasn't being shepherded past them. And so the key being that we're trying to keep, if you will, a multi-benefit concept that I think, you've been engaged in, we've been engaged in, like, how do we make sure that there isn't an unintended consequence to the ag users up there?
Yeah, I guess thank you for the comment. I need to make sure I understand that. Maybe you could share the language that you just said, look at it. I'm a more visual learner than
I'm happy to share with you.
So before I say, oh, it's a great idea, I'll bring it
I'll
back.
share it with Kelsey and she can share it with you, or I can have our staff member call.
Or you can write it on a piece of paper and hand it to someone else. And they no, I appreciate what you're saying, and in theory, I understand it. Happy to bring it back. I guess I'll just note that it's one thing for us to say that makes sense. I guess it's also the, what does everybody else think about that? Because once our water is in the stream, that's one thing. Once the water is now in the stream for the fish, how does you know, the division engineer feel about that proposal, or how does the environmental coalitions feel about that proposal? So I can only comment with my industry in mind, bringing the concept back. I think I would ask that other people, you know, consider what that means when they understand it as well.
Sure. And I think we'd love to be part of that conversation, because at least our experience in the Yampa and trying to release water to keep the call off is it's a pretty de minimis amount. And I think that there would be a huge benefit to the stream and not create a negative experience for the ag users at the same time.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm trying to get to.
I understand that. I think the question too is the limitations that will be provided for when you look at what that improve or preservation of the natural environment is, and the limited amounts that we would be able to meet through Excel and Tri-State's water rights. So, you know, this isn't adding unlimited water into the stream to be administered for the natural environment. It's adding what is proper in that space. And so it is limited already, right? But yes, thank you for your comments on that.
All right, we've got Andy, Andy, Alex, Steve, Lee, and Aaron.
So I've been really struggling with this because I like the concept. I see the importance of, you know, energy is something that we all need and we all want, and you guys are going through a transition that is unclear. And a part of my concern that I laid out earlier this morning is answered by the sunset, right? But it's not forever. It's a interim period that you're given. So it doesn't necessarily become super water rights on the stream. And so I just wanted to comment to that in terms of my sort of overall caution that I provided this morning. I think that limitation addresses it, and Andy's idea addresses it, though I don't know the stream systems. Maybe it is only agriculture. Is there a municipal below any others we choose? I would suggest it shouldn't just be agriculture, but to the extent of not creating kind of a super right that exists outside of the prior appropriation system. I think what Andy's suggesting helps that. Because I think there's a really important policy reason for doing this and giving a critical industry time to adapt. And so I like it with those kind of parameters in terms of not creating super rights. And then my second piece.
Can I ask a question on that to clarify? So your concern is in the portion of the in-stream flow loan, not in the upper section of the protections that we're asking for on HCU or abandonment, because
right,
like a super water right in the loan section is what you're saying.
Yeah, and because you have the end date, right, the sunset
Yes.
period,
Mhm.
yeah, that's what I would say, yeah, I
Right.
agree.
Okay.
The supporting extractive industries, I guess I like coal mines, is their water right really necessary? I mean, do you guys use, I don't know how this industry works. I have a coal mine and I'm mining coal and selling it to you guys, and I have a water right. Does that water right need to be protected in this?
So I guess let me be more clear about that. Tri-State has a mine called Kalawayo, which is up off of a tributary of the Yampa. And so we use that water that is held by Kalawayo, which is not Tri-State, it's a separate organization, right? But they don't, Kalawayo doesn't sell coal to anyone else but Tri-State. That's funnels right back into Craig Station. So in this case, we're trying to protect that water so that if and when we use generation down the line in that area, we have those water rights as well. But I understand your concern, and I think we can put language in that it's not just any mine that is supplying coal or getting that benefit with an unintended consequence.
That would be my concern,
Yeah,
is that
I
it's
hear what you're
reaching,
saying there. Yeah. It's far reaching, yeah, yep, fair.
All right, Steve, Lee, Aaron, and then Kyle.
So thanks, Jackie. So I haven't read your one pager since I just found out that I had it. So if these answers might be in there, but are you talking about doing this statewide with?
So, in not even the one pager, just in the regular old short list, it says within the Colorado River Basin and its tributaries.
Okay. So. nothing else
So we
there.
took it out of the front range, which is kind of what I heard loud and clear at the last meeting.
So like we talked about last time, I do think there's something really good in here to work with. My concern is not understanding where these water rights actually exist, what the volume is, and what the potential upstream, downstream impacts might be. It's very hard to say yes or no to it. So I guess I would go back to, we had talked about looking at more of a pilot on the AMPA. Trying to work out some of the complexities. Is that sort of off the table from, you know, your user side?
You know, we had talked about a pilot, and I'll just say that, no, I don't think it's off the table. I think we took out what we heard clearly was not supported, which was the systems that are kind of overly administered on outside of the west slope, right? And we just made it broad for the Colorado River Basin because it encapsulated the Yampa and the San Miguel rivers, which is where Excel and Tri-State have power plants that are closing. And so we just narrowed it down, and if you all tell us keep narrowing, we can keep narrowing.
Okay, I guess my first question would be to understand more about the water rights at those specific plants. You know, where they're located, the volumes. Just to understand what you're talking about.
Okay.
San Miguel and the Yampa stuff. I think you talked to the Yampa a little bit before, so.
Right, and when you say understand more, do you want me to bring back like a presentation on this? Do you want my people to call your people so you understand, or you to talk to
Even a
staff?
table saying these are the water
A
rights
table?
on the Yampa, these are the water rights on San Miguel.
Okay. That would be envisioned in the stack, like to be used in the in-stream flow program. Okay, thanks. Thank you. Okay. Lee, Aaron, Kyle, and Andy will let you the last word and decide, Randy, sorry, and decide how to move forward with this.
I'm gonna try and, so some of this, just reiterate, and trying to briefly do, supporting extractive industries. I think a definition is absolutely necessary, and then probably it needs to, so, in one, on the new piece, you start with supportive extractive industries, and then everything else is supporting industries, so I get it.
Okay, thank
And
you.
I think it needs a definition.
Got it.
Because the coal shale is really the, you know, before we all came into this fight a couple of decades ago. Second one is, I think on the question that Andy raised in temporary in-stream flow, you know, the norm in a change case is that the juniors are entitled to the stream as they found it. And so you know, and so if you need a different way to look at it, is that we're trying to ensure that the stream is conditions the same for the juniors as when they acquired their junior water rights. I think that's something else that you just said, and I forgot it, so it must not have been.
Thank you.
Yeah, you know.
We all laughed at Kevin.
He's got the retirement date. At least he's announced his retirement.
So I would support continuing this dialogue moving forward in some form. Wanted to just, and I think it's a really interesting idea. Consistent with what I had suggested earlier on infrastructure funding, I agree with Andy that if we can do this in a way that supports multiple user groups, multiple benefits, that is attractive, especially recognizing ag users could benefit from this, and this is a big question of the transition away from these fossil fuels. Can this be a carrot or a resource that can help those communities transition? Some of it could be benefiting the recreational community, but there's obviously other opportunities associated with the water. So I'm supportive in principle. I would want to better understand the idea that the in-stream flow, if that existed, would be subordinated to other rights, just because that can lead us towards a negative precedent that could be used all over the place. And I know that's something that's been asked for. So completely agree that we should find a way to make sure that that water is available in these circumstances for ag users and others. I'd want to think more about the subordinated priority date structure, but I think there's a bunch of different ways we could get there, so. Yeah, I think that's absolutely the right way to do it, but we can chat about this.
You, Kyle, Andy, and Mandy.
I'll try to be quick, Jackie. I am perfectly good with the first one. Second, friendly amendment, consider narrowing it to the rights associated with specific facilities, whether those are the power generation or the mines or whatever. I mean, there's just, I can't imagine we're talking about that many facilities.
You're not.
And so, it threw me for a loop on what would be in Division 5, how that would be, so. If possible, narrow it. And lastly, consider kind of to Andy's point and to Aaron's point, consider that the future use would allow the water to be called to the historic point of diversion, whether it be a direct flow or storage reserve, and then relinquished to the system, therefore ending up in the priority system, not having to deal with any subordination, and it just goes to the benefit of the region. It kind of eliminates at least maybe eliminates part of the in-stream flow donation. It's just relinquished, but it's allowed to be called historically used.
So, thank you to everyone for this. I mean, I guess I want to be really clear that from the beginning, when we brought this forward, we're looking for the protections, which obviously, if we receive, keeps water in the stream unless we're testing a generation pilot of some sort, right? Or, can be used to the rest of the water law in Colorado if somebody leases water from us, et cetera. But the second part was really to get to this larger topic that we're talking about here, which is drought and, how this water can actually assist with the bigger problems that we experience in these long drought years. So that was really the intent of the second part of this concept. But if you all don't like it, it doesn't have to be here anymore. We can just go with the beginning part and acknowledge that this is likely putting water in the stream, and it is doing basically what you're saying. It's just water that's not being diverted any longer, but it's protected for our use and prevents us from looking to protect that in other ways for the next 25 years until we get it all figured out, right? And so I guess I just want to be clear about this, that we're not getting anything special from the second part of the proposal to the in-stream flow loan program. So I'm not trying to overcomplicate anyone's world, just trying to provide for the systems that are struggling out there that we, hear from our environmental partners frequently need the water. So that this is the only way that you can shepherd water through those stream segments that actually make the benefit real, right? If we allowed the water just to stay in the stream, then everybody benefits, and it really depends on the time of year, et cetera. So I just want to be really clear that I'm not trying to die on a hill that you all don't want me to even build in the first place. So
Thanks. I think that's really helpful. I'm just a time check. It is almost 2:00, so we need to wrap this really good discussion up so we can keep moving forward.
Okay, we don't want you to die either. I think the idea of the instant flow is actually fine with us. It's just, as with most things in water, it just avoiding the unintended consequences. And so protecting those pre-existing users in there would be helpful. I think Kyle addressed my question, which Division 5, is that just there because it's within the Colorado River Basin, or is it something you're thinking about in Division 5?
Nope.
Okay.
Just putting trying to make it Colorado River Basin specific, and seeing, if anyone comes out of the woodwork, I guess, with some magic coal-fired power plant that we don't know about. But in my experience with the legislature, you can get really specific, or you can get there And what I'm hearing is get there. And so this is clear information for me to have, is you want it to be on the very specific reaches that we have our facilities on, and I can understand that.
That would be great, because I mean, there are also coal mines and don't think are part of this proposal, but just if they are, I think everybody would want to see that. So that's kind of.
Yep, this is electric utilities affected by, so these are, I'm not trying to pull a wool over anyone's eyes.
I know you're not. I think defining it clearly helps us avoid unintended.
Yeah, for sure. Understood.
You, Randy, Kelly, Orla.
Yeah, real quick, I think my point is kind of moved, based on the previous discussion, if we're identifying specific facilities, but my concern was that supportive extractive industries, because it could be interpreted that facilities not, captured by the electric industry could be, protected under this.
Kelly.
Yeah, and actually, I just want to follow up on your proposal, Kyle. And this is maybe something we need to game out, because this could be an opportunity to restore or preserve flows to like the endangered fish recovery reach. And so if you're saying that flows would only be protected to the historic point of diversion, and then it's free river after that, or free, yeah, let's just say free river. Do you think the recovery reach will still see it? And I bring that up within the context of the drought task force, because making sure that there is flow, making it to that reach is really important, not just to the environment, but to our water users in times of drought.
And it would not in a specific situation.
Respond. I guess I went the other way with it, Kelly and Jackie, and that this task force was set up to provide drought resiliency. And to me, that provides the ultimate drought resiliency, is by having it available for anyone impacted by drought, not one specific water use.
I think we'll kind of put a pin in that question, because we don't have to decide today, but as we're thinking, moving forward, good question. Orla and Alex.
Thanks. I'm supportive of this continuing to move forward. I appreciate all the work Jackie did to revise it. Thank you. And I just want to say very clearly that the second part is important to me. And, seeing those in-stream flow rights. We've been talking a lot about drought resiliency, and I hear you, Kyle, but I think about the state of our rivers and the stress that they're under as flows get lower and lower. And I think, we've heard so much public comment about what we can do to support healthy rivers. And think about multiple benefits for this water. So as this industry goes through this transition, it seems like this is a way to think about how we build up that resiliency and build up our healthy rivers and think about the environment in that way. And it's temporary and time limited. But it's also very significant for the rivers. So I just want to note that the second part is very important. So I appreciate all the work and conversation around that. And then I just want to agree with Aaron's comment about respecting in-stream flow rights. So that we find the right solution there, without subordinating them or treating them as somewhat less than. So, thank you.
Alex.
I wanted to build, I didn't want to jettison this into the second part at all, but because I'm struggling, I'm really going back and forth in terms of how you respect the system and not create some special right, at least for, and how we meet a very clearly articulated need that everyone has mentioned in public comment, which impacts endangered species, which impacts the compact, which ties directly to the task force. So I'm wondering if we can play with that some more, and what would be helpful for me, because I don't know what the stream regimes are. I don't know what the quantities of water we're talking about are. So I don't know if this is what Kelly meant when she said gaming it out, but like a line diagram that, maybe the division engineer could give us a little, here's how the stream operates right now, and here's what this might mean. So we kind of understand the consequences of this and what the impacts are, because I feel that vacuum very strongly, because I'm supportive and nervous at the same time.
Right. So I think that we have consensus right now to leave this on the move forward list. And Jackie, are you comfortable with fleshing out a little further from here?
Yeah, I guess I just have one point of clarity. So I know you haven't seen legislative language. I'm aware of that and I know what my deadlines are for that. But as far as, let's just call part A, the protections that we're asking for, that seems, besides defining the extractive industries portion, seems to be in good form as far as what I'm hearing. I just don't want to do unnecessary touching to that section unless I'm missing something. So speak up if besides the definition of extracting in industries, you need something different there. And then on the second part, I just want to be clear. Yes, I need to address that definition there. I'm going to take a look at Andy's proposal. And also Kyle, maybe you could somehow get me what you said in writing, so I make sure that I'm bringing that back to our team together. And then a table of water rights or a graphic, something to kind of help everyone that's not as familiar with those specific stream reaches, you know, what that regime looks like, and also to narrow down to the facilities that we intend to be impacted by this. That kind of it, cover everything?
That's one quick question. Relative to F, is there anything that we need to understand about Public Utility Commission approval on this, or is that just a CYA for you?
It's a CYA because it needs to probably be incorporated into the language with UC as a line of public, that this needs to be public good. And so because it's an asset that we own, we're regulated by the PUC.
I only ask because I don't know anything about.
You probably don't know more about it, but I'm happy to give you more information if you want.
I follow up on that, I know we move on, but, does it really? It sounds like what you're saying is different from what's in there, so what's in there is that it's in the normal course of business?
I think, yes, because if it stays in the normal course of business, then we don't have to go out and express this as a transfer of assets.
Okay, does it need to belong in the legislation?
It should. Because we could do all this work and then the PUC could say, no.
Okay, I am not familiar with the PUC process, I just don't know if those are terms of art and I don't know what they mean. That just raises a question for me.
Sure,
Yeah.
well, we're really familiar with the PUC. I'm being told that it needs to be in here if we want to sort of do this work and then have it actually be implemented in a way that is smooth, right?
Usually you guys that give them a hard time.
Typically. To be clear.
All right.
I'll talk to my people.
Good, yeah.
And remember, you can always use Kelsey and the lighting group as well.
Yeah, but maybe I can close the loop on that.
Yeah.
Great. All right, really good work.
Thanks, everybody.
Yeah, I think we will take a break, but let me just tell you what we have so far moving forward as potential legislation: community and technical assistance grants, aging infrastructure, which includes rehab and repair and storage, forest health and wildfire and natural process protection, water banking, and industrial water user proposals. So that's what we have moving forward. Everything else that is on that list is either a narrative item or a funding item policy. So nothing has moved completely off our list, but I think we're making good progress on deciding how to move forward with recommendations. I suggest a break, about a 7-minute break, to be back at 2:10. When we come back, let's talk about whether you want to jump in and tackle demand management, whatever is on this list that you believe are demand management items, tackle those. And then we'll see where we get to on the rest. I think obviously are going to have a few that we need to finish up on the 16th when we start the meeting. So that sounds all right. Take the break and be back at 2:10. If you have nothing else to do this next week. What else could there be?
Nobody
Don't
else
cry,
would.
Kelly. A few other things going on. All right. We have, by my count, 14 items left on our list. We need to be wrapping up this portion of the discussion around 3:10, 3:15 today to be able to go through the rest of the items on the agenda. There's obviously gonna be some carry over to our November 16th meeting, virtual, but I think we are in pretty good shape, so don't panic. The question that I would like you to consider is whether you want to keep going in order now, or whether you want to pull the demand management topics and discuss those out of order and then go back to the list. So totally up to you all. It had come up at the last meeting that you wanted to get to that today. So that's why I didn't have, and
Well, you had, Madam Chair, you had mentioned putting demand management items first. Is that in direct response to the legislature's request?
yes,
Okay, so that's why you're saying.
correct.
So if we're gonna do that, I would just say, not trying to jump the line with mine.
Right.
There are two proposals towards the end on page 13 and 15 that are, that address demand management, although they specifically don't, they aren't titled demand management. They do address them.
All right, U and V
Um,
on the table.
Yeah, if you look at this document, that
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Sorry.
conserve consumptive use
Yep.
and systematic water
Yep.
conservation and lower basin overview.
Right.
well, some of, there's also
There's open numeric.
R.
Yeah.
And, the shepherding piece, I know in your proposal, Andy, I think you referenced essentially the same thing.
Yes.
If possible, those could all be.
That's B.
Yeah, not to overcomplicate, but I mean, it's in there as one of your, I don't have it.
Will I?
Yes. On page 15. And okay, shepherding is shepherding with environmental co-benefits.
Yeah, I mean, it could fit there. Somewhere too.
Because Uncompahgre's
Yeah.
land management fits under systematic water conservation. It fits right in there. Kind of our demand.
Which letter is that?
What letter? It's under your systematic water conservation on the lower basin over east where you call out what name you want to call it. On the Uncompahgre, we call it this is a sport pool, but it's land management. So that's why I think it's starting with your.
And that's the numeric goals for demand management. The other one you're referencing number R on the little 60 level.
I think that numerical for demand management.
Yes.
Yeah, I think so.
All right, is there agreement then to start with the two on page 13 and 15, conserve consumptive use and systematic water conservation? I'm anybody yelling at that, so we will do that, and I think that will give our legislative sponsors some comfort that we are in fact dealing with what they have asked us to do. So.
I'm sorry, I was a little bit late back to the table, but the items that Randy brought up that also address these, were we gonna do that
Yes.
within this as well? Okay.
Yes. So we will do conserve consumptive use, systematic water conservation, and lower basin overview, shepherding with environmental co-benefits and numeric goals. They want to nominate others as well.
The long-term outlook for 10-year total flow, would that be? Again? Sorry.
I'll add that one. All right, so let's start with conserve consumptive use.
Well, so the it's conserved consumptive use program within Colorado for potential interstate purposes, right? So it's not, this is not addressing any of the rules that we discussed or that have yet to be discussed regarding intrastate water conservation efforts. And it's not meant to touch on or limit those items. But I think that from a Colorado first perspective and a Colorado values perspective, whether you call a conserved consumptive use program, demand management, system conservation, water reserve, there are other names that we've talked about that now are drawn blank, water bank for interstate purposes. They all have the potential at scale to injure our communities in unintended ways. And so trying to understand and anticipate that, trying to discuss it, I think is really critical. I don't think that we have to reinvent the wheel on this, and that's what I tried to do, was really look specifically at the CWCB's work on demand management, much of which is reflected in the 2018 demand management policy statement that the CWCB's board adopted, as well as the way the General Assembly itself drafted SB 295. And I think Steve Wolf referenced that in terms of the criteria that they wanted us to look at for recommendations that we're making. And so what I'm saying is, hey, I'm not suggesting that we recommend legislation where the legislature itself sets up one of these programs. Just to be clear, what I'm suggesting is that there be we recommend legislation that says, should such a program be set up within our state, that it would follow the following criteria, right? So whatever the program may be, if the goal of that program is to get water, conserved water from within our state, across state lines in the Colorado River system, we need to look at these, it needs to comply with these criteria, right? So reductions in consumptive use shall be voluntary. In other words, no state mandated reductions in consumptive use to get it across the boundary. And by the way, this is not at all addressing compact compliance. Okay, this is if there's a compact curtailment, it's a completely different thing. But if we're doing it outside of a compact curtailment and our state is trying to send water across the state line, then it's reductions shall be voluntary in all industries. But reductions in consumptive use in the agricultural sector shall also be, in addition to voluntary, temporary and compensated. Programs shall prioritize the avoidance of disproportionate negative economic environmental impacts to any single sub-basin or region within Colorado while protecting the legal rights of water rights holders. The idea is that the program is intended to produce conserved water, conserved consumptive use water come proportionally from all basins and regions which currently consume waters of the Colorado River. So such proportionality, how do you determine what the proportionality is? We're recommending that it be based upon that region or basin's post-compact consumptive use of Colorado River basin water, that percentage bears to the state's total post-compact consumptive use of Colorado River basin water. Programs shall comply with applicable state law, including the requirement that it cause no material injury to other water rights holders. And the key to that, from our perspective, is that there needs to be a notice and allow for public input, a potential right of appeal. We look at the substitute water supply plan process as an appropriate process. So we're saying no less rigorous than that, but essentially we'd like to see something along those lines. And then programs shall consider and be fully informed by the input and consideration of water rights holders and stakeholders. In other words, as the program's being set up, remember, we're not asking the legislature to set it up, but when our state or other entities go to set it up, they've got to get public input as they're setting it up. So it's a requirement that there be a public input process. So there's that transparency in government concept. If a program's operated within the jurisdictional boundaries of our district or Southwestern District, the water diverted and used within our boundaries of those districts shall be designed and implemented by the applicable district in collaboration with the CWCB. And then programs that are operated to reduce consumptive use of Colorado River water for water used outside of the natural Colorado River Basin, the program shall be designed and implemented by the Trans Mountain diversion operators in collaboration with the CWC. So that it's a collaborative effort of the entities that are either directly diverting the water out of the Colorado River Basin or within our district by our district or in Southwest Flagler. I would just say that's very similar setup in our minds to the way the Republican and the Rio Grande processes work today with the ARPA funds that they got to reduce their irrigated agriculture and preserve their meet their obligations under any program must be implemented consistent with Colorado's water plan's conceptual framework, specifically including Principle 4. Just in shorthand, what that means is that we don't want to have to conserve a whole bunch of water in the Colorado River Basin, only to have a new Trans Mountain diversion come on. And instead of that water making it across state line, it actually goes to the new Trans Mountain diversion. So we shouldn't be using this as an augmentation supply for a new Trans Mountain diversion. And that's been in the water plan since its inception and hopefully is not a new or scary concept to folks. It's not an attack on Trans Mountain diversions. It's a reflection of agreements that were made at the IBCC level and incorporated into the water plan in its first iteration 8 or so years ago. I think that the final one, we try to incorporate the concept of shepherding for co-benefit, right? So the program's primary goal is to assure compliance with the Colorado River Compact, meaning proactive compliance, right? If you're conserving water through a state program before curtailment is occurring, why are you doing that? Why are you sending our water across state lines? We would hope that you're doing it for the primary goal of compliance, ultimate compliance with that Colorado River Compact. The state engineer shall be provided with the appropriate legal authority and direction to fulfill the purposes of the program in a manner that, without minimizing the primary purpose of the program, provides benefits to recreation environment. And that language comes directly out of Senate Bill 295. So again, most of this is present in either the 2018 Amendment Policy Statement or 295. It's a way for our state to say, yeah, we're ready to do this. We understand here's how we're going to play the game, and here's how we're going to make sure that our unique values in the state of Colorado are protected. We've identified those values and those principles through lots of work by the state, lots of work by our district and others. How do we do that in a way that the legislature feels that they can weigh in with, but we're not asking them to want to. So that's the.
Great. So we have Nancy, Kevin, and Steve.
I'm just saying, whereas we didn't use all that language, a lot of our concerns that we'd identified so far are embodied various places. So I'm just starting with that. Not every point I understood maybe the same way, but we had a lot of the same concerns that so far we hadn't seen anywhere else. So supportive of a lot of those ideas.
And just a couple clarifying questions. And I have to confess that I think you talked about this in the previous meetings and I asked questions, and I think I've been. It's my fault that I haven't totally gotten what you're saying. So I think I've got a better way to form the question, because I think you maybe articulated a couple other things, but you made eye contact and this is not for compact compliance. It's not when we're out of compliance. And so my question is, well, is it for some other state commitment? Remember that discussion, like capital letters, demand management. But as you talked, I thought, well, a conserved acre foot that crosses the state line ultimately goes past leaf and it builds it buttresses our slopes or whatever for the next 10 years. And then I also wondered, there's a lot of discussion about we should not be doing this until the lower basin is doing something, but maybe it gives a little regard to the flip side. What we're doing is optics thing, but I don't know. That's the essence of my question. I do have a follow-up.
If I could answer that. I think, good question, Kevin. I think, be clear, our board's direction to me and Peter on this is we much prefer demand management because it stores that, if it's going to be a proactive water conservation effort aimed at compact compliance, which again, looking at the 2018 demand management policy statement, that's what it says demand management is for, specifically for compact compliance. We'd much prefer it to end up getting stored in Powell or the other initial crisp reservoirs for the benefit of the upper basin. I'm trying to avoid picking that fight in this particular legislative proposal by saying it just needs to be utilized for compact compliance. And arguably, as you say, any conserved acre foot that goes across state lines for that purpose, if it ends up going right, getting sucked right through the Glen Canyon Dam, then it will be used for compact compliance accounting. It's intended, this piece of legislation is intended to be broader than just demand management because it encompasses any type of water conservation plan program aimed at sending water out of our state. That's why, and I hope that makes sense.
Yeah, and then the second question, hopefully, is so this is not asking the legislature to create a program or, but just to set these conditions that you went through. But is there a need for, or by what legal mechanism? Like with legal side, what mechanism would this manifest? Would this be able to take place?
Sure. Well, I think that our state has two ways to get involved, really. Well, there's two examples. One would be under the demand management storage agreement. There could be either pilots or an actual program set up, although that time is dwindling quickly because it terminates in 2026. But should that be extended through the new operating agreements, our state would have assurance that our values within our state, we're not affecting any other state, but within our state, it would follow these guidelines. And then, frankly, we've seen a program currently being operated in our state by the UCRC, but it has intrastate impacts. And the question is, should all of those programs follow these criteria so that our values that have been identified by our state are there? Now, the current system conservation pilot program is only 2 years, and I don't think that probably is a bad example. But if that program were extended in perpetuity, I think that we'd have the same intrastate concerns are present about any program that is a multi-year program. So that's what we're trying to address.
Steve.
So, a couple clarifying questions, but I guess you started to answer part of it. First, in your framework, you don't reference accounting at all. Is there an assumption that there would be an accounting that the state has saved 50,000 water?
I think that's the key is it depends on what the program that the state or the conservation districts with the state set up, right? Or the TMDs with the state set up. It is, if you look at demand management, clearly there's an accounting requirement. If you look at system conservation, it turns into a decades-long program. There currently is no accounting, right? So that's trying not to answer that question, obviously.
Okay, that's fine. You do mention principle 4 in here. Yeah, I think you missed one criteria in the legislation. That's the demand management storage agreement guidelines that are happening part of this. Things like suggest you add another I and put that language in there.
We could, except my concern is that the demand management storage agreement, again, is short-lived, one, and two, there are other programs, a strategic water reserve, for instance, that aren't covered currently by the demand management storage agreement at all.
It's the language in the legislation that says it's got to follow demand management storage guidelines or whatever
Okay.
program. may
Oh, it's
follow.
in the legislation.
It's in
Right.
the.
Okay.
That's the point.
Okay.
And I guess my
I'd be
final,
willing, if
Something to
that's,
think
yeah,
about.
that's.
and final question, I think you said no legislation needed.
No, I said this is a legislative proposal,
But not for program.
but not for a program.
So it's part of the legislation proposal to provide the state engineer to shepherd water out of state at any point in time versus under. Right now, we think it's just under a curtailment scenario, correct?
It would be,
So,
if a
Without
program,
getting into details.
You're right.
if a program is established, it would need to provide him the authority to. Okay, thanks. That's good.
Did you have your?
No, I think the talking about the curtailment aspect answered my question, so.
Okay, Alex, and then let's have a decision on moving this forward.
It's kind of a technical question. And I didn't realize nobody else had their credit, that's why I ate right before. This is, what it sounds like is you're asking the legislature to pass a law that says, if you're gonna do X, this is what it's gonna look like. And my question is that appropriate for legislation? Is that an appropriate space for the legislators to act? And I don't know. I don't spend that much time in different types of legislation, but is that, should the legislature weigh in and say, if you're gonna go do X, whatever it's gonna be, it has to look like this? Seems like an odd piece of legislation.
I wouldn't say it's unique, but it is anticipating seeing programs being set up and operated, and it's saying, giving the legislature a say in how it's done. Because I think the legislature the legislators that we've talked to feel like they have a place at the table and they want to help say, this is what our state should look like if we're going to implement these programs. And this is what I think, the key being that it would, any new program may not actually need legislation. And again, I don't mean to pick on it, system conservation in its pilot format hasn't needed any legislation within our state, it's operating. If it were to continue and say be funded at $100 million a year by an outside party, the federal government or somebody else, it could have huge impacts on our Colorado values, on putting Colorado first. And so we're saying if those programs are going to operate, these are the criteria it needs to follow. And that's, so I do think it's appropriate, but I think, for instance, the water banking says, hey, there needs to be rulemaking. There are lots of statutes that say this is the criteria program must follow as it's set up. I think this is no good.
Okay. That's all.
Orla, Aaron, and then Kelly.
Thanks, Amy. So I know it's a little awkward to have guidelines for coding that we missed. But I do like the idea of developing tools to be ready when needed. So I do appreciate that, but I'll just leave it at that. And then I do appreciate the recognition of the environmental and recreational objectives, which I think is language that showed up last year and showed up in the statute. I guess one of the things that I see in what you proposed is I see some lessons learned and some flexibility, right? Like you separated voluntary from temporary and compensated and put the ag bucket on temporary compensated, which I think is something we learned as we looked at the demand originally. And so I guess one of my questions or concerns is how would something in statute be flexible enough to deal with lessons we're going to learn in the future? And thinking about that, and I know that tension is always hard to manage, because you want enough specificity that you don't lose the objective of what you're trying to say, but at the same time, we don't want to lock ourselves in. And then the other thing that occurs to me as you're talking is like, how to deal with differences in programs, and is this going to be flexible enough? So I guess those were my just questions in reaction to that.
Yeah, and really, I think those are good points. One, I think that it's a statute, so the legislature can always amend it. So if there are, well, but if there are good programs that come forward and people say, oh yeah, this is a really good program, we can amend the statute to make sure that if for some reason these criteria are too rigid. I did try to keep it high level enough that I think there's a lot of flexibility within this to run programs that where the collaboration called for here really creates good programs that have support, and that's what I was trying to get.
Just point out, we are off camera. Can they hear us?
They would have to confirm.
Yes,
they
you can hear us.
We're
Okay.
working on the camera.
All right, we're working on the
It's
camera, but
right now what's causing it, so we're.
let us know if
But
you
again,
can
it's
hear us.
a while ago, it's a good suspect.
All right, I've got Aaron, Kelly, Alex, and Kyle.
I'll just say briefly, and this is what I mentioned when everybody was sitting down, the sub I here on page 15. It's essentially another way of saying what I put together in shepherding for environmental control benefits. I was, when I put that word neutral on the rest of it, recognizing that it was a criteria more than it was a proposal. So I appreciate that being included in this, and I don't have any qualms with the way that's written. I think that what I proposed was, again, if and when the time is right, providing the state engineer with the authority to do that. I'm trying to get my head around the structure, and it is a little awkward that we're saying, you should do this if and when it's appropriate to do this. Are you envisioning this as like pilot projects, as a pilot project where we can kind of test this out somewhere in between, test it out in the state without implicating some of the stickier interstate issues? Or some sort of investigation? I know we've done, I think Centennial's office has the authority to investigate under certain authorities. So is that what you're envisioning? Well, let's test it in our state, knowing that there are bigger issues across the border that we are all struggling with? Or is it, this is the framework that shall be applied? I'm having trouble asking the question, but I know also Drew Peternell in his letter from TU talks about a demand management pilot program, which to me seems somewhere in between a system conservation pilot program and a demand management pilot program. And I'm trying to figure out what that gray space looks like in your mind.
Yeah, I think that it's really, whether it's a pilot or it's a multi-year program, these regulations would apply, or these criteria would apply, and the idea being, for instance, I think that the two states publicly have called for, in the Upper Basin, have called for demand management pilot projects. The representatives to the UTRC in public meetings have said, hey, the state of Utah would really like to do one, the state of New Mexico would like to do one. We'd like to get, and I think in order to do that under the demand management storage agreement, they have to have consent of all the Upper Basin states. So it's likely that's not likely, but that's 50%. The United States representative said she's very much in favor of that. So that's actually 3 out of 5. Got to get all 5 under the demand management storage agreement. There's going to be some pressure on our state to do that. Maybe we want to do that, and that's not a, this isn't judging whether that's a good idea or not. This is just saying, okay, we're going to do it. Here's how we need to make sure we do it. And that's the goal.
Time check, it's about 2:45. Good discussion, so we can continue going, but just wanted to let you all know where we are. So I've got Kelly, Alex, Kyle, and Lee. Oh, and Sarah, sorry. I have no peripheral. And check. All right. So Kelly.
Great, thank you. Well, first of all, Steve, I appreciate you calling out that the demand management storage agreement is we have to operate within that, right? It's federal law. If we're truly talking about demand management, big D,
It's state law too. Phil.
sorry, state law, yes. But meaning that like, it's not so easy for us to just, change that. And it's, limited and, I think you mentioned something about doing a pilot under the demand management, I guess, or amending the demand management storage agreement, Andy?
Nope, I didn't say anything about that. I said, I think there's discussion about pilots being moved forward under the demand management storage agreement. Some of the other states have said they think there's authority in that agreement to move them forward. They would like to move them forward. There may be an opportunity, you could look at it as an opportunity for the states to participate.
Okay, but it's unclear that there's space under the demand management storage agreement to do a pilot. At least that's, the understanding that we have at the state now. So that could be a limiting factor. But I think most importantly, we just want to be incredibly careful that we maintain our flexibility and our options as our negotiators are working on the post 2026 guidelines. I think we will know much more come 2026 as far as what we need to build, what tools we need to have. But my concern is that this could end up being pre-decisional. It's a lot of if this happens, then, but we don't know what the thing is that we are preparing for. And so I do have some concerns about codifying certain criteria that could put us in a disadvantage in those interstate negotiations. And perhaps foreclose future opportunities that could very much be in Colorado's interest. And I think, like we say, we all want to be really careful about making it clear that like we are in compliance, right? So I think we want to be really careful about the signals that we're sending through legislation.
I would agree, Kelly. Nothing in this suggests that we have to do it or that we should do it. It's that if we do it, if our state decides to set up a program, this is how we protect our Colorado values and Colorado first. It's not telling our negotiators that they can or cannot do something. It's not tying their hands. It's just saying within our state, we in the legislature, we the water users, we the legislator, they the legislator have a seat at the table to help make sure that our values are protected. And that's certainly not tying the hands of our negotiators.
Ready to disagree.
All right, Alex?
Sort of a simple question on the reductions in CU can in ag be compensated, but if Grand Junction decides they have conserved consumptive use and they want to participate, they don't get to be compensated?
Oh, no, it doesn't say they can't be. It says that in ag they shall be. We've actually had a lot of examples where municipal or those don't want to be compensated for their reductions in something because they're willing to participate for other reasons. And this is just an opportunity. If you're uncomfortable with that, I mean, if you want to require that municipalities be compensated, I think they could be. But I don't think it should be required.
It's like a weird.
We can move compensation up to the voluntary, but
Yeah, I just, to require, like, there might be a farmer who's, willing to participate. I'm not gonna fall on any sword there, I'm secure. Oh, I see.
I'm on camera for a minute.
All right, so we are now being filmed by Siobhan's camera. Thank you very much. With our transparency. We have 5 people on deck. And after that, I think I'll call for your decision on how to move this forward. So I have Kyle, Lee, Aaron, Jackie, and Kevin.
I guess first, Andy, where do you envision this being contained?
I haven't found a statutory section. Come back with that answer.
Yeah, kind of give that some thought, because some places are a little more scary to me, kind of to Kelly's point, you know, on what Colorado is doing or not doing from a negotiating position. I know and I'm not criticizing the proportionality by basin, but is there a way to make it a little more flexible in your mind? And what I mean by that is, let's say the Trans Mountain Diverters want to kick in a lot of water and the White River Basin's not interested. Does it make sense to limit a voluntary program by voluntary participation? And I don't have any suggestions, but give it some thought.
Okay.
Last one, if we're looking to maintain Colorado values, I feel we should add something on top of voluntary, temporary, and potentially compensated, Alex's point. That also includes if there's a long-term benefit to the state, for the water user, for the local area. I think otherwise we're just cheap and capable of being bought. I don't think that's a good way to go about it. So there has to be some reason other than being paid to not use water that you're participating in this type of a program.
Can you give an example of the long-term benefit that you got in mind?
You know, I think they don't have to be overly specific, but soil health, efficiency improvements, things that actually are going to help. Once you're no longer participating or getting paid to participate, you do receive a benefit, and it doesn't have to be necessarily on the ground, but I think it's all in our best interest to avoid in areas where it makes a lot more sense to sell your water temporarily than it does to continue using it. And that the only benefit is a financial benefit to each person or any group.
And I hear you. I may individually tend to agree with you. We have a lot of water users who may want to send their kid to college. They view that as a very long-term benefit to their water users. They have their kid go get a college degree, and in order to help finance that, they need the cash, and they have an asset in their water that they want to be able to temporarily loan to a public program that has been established. And so that's where I'm torn, right? Because I hear that from our water users, and how do we help them have flexibility of use in their property?
And I appreciate that. I guess in my mind, I'm trying to avoid speculation, folks taking advantage, you know, and I use the example often where you have land rent that's in the $150 an acre. And that's an important thing to some local farmer. But the landlord, if they're offered 10 times that to enroll it in this type of a program, it's a no-brainer on what they're going to choose, because it makes no economic sense to continue to lease it to that local farmer. And I want to avoid that if we can.
I would too, and so we'll certainly give it more thought.
All right, Lee.
All right, I'd like to just maybe go 3 points that I find problematic with this legislative concept. The first of all is I worked on the drought contingency planning legislation in federal and watched the Arizona circus, as they had to have a legislative fix to allow them to participate in the DCP legislation. I think this legislation probably sets that up. The second one is that when you put requirements in legislation that forecloses creativity, I think that while you can say, well, that you can do all these things, or we could change the legislation if you have a really good idea. The answer is that no, there will be no ideas to change the legislation for, because it will foreclose the creativity of people trying to address the problems. And finally, I guess I look at this and I go, yeah, I recognize a lot of this. We worked on a lot of this together, the Law and Policy Committee, and it produced exactly no demand management program. And all you're doing here is creating legislation to continue to have no demand management program.
Aaron.
Yeah, I would just say from the ag perspective, we appreciate as, I feel like we continue to just, say anything that needs to be done needs to be voluntary, temporary, and compensated. And Kyle, I like your comments on the long-term benefit. I don't know how to incorporate that, but, we'll do thinking of how to incorporate that because it's a valid point. And I think, it's an interesting concept when we start thinking about just laying out this structure. And I think anything that we do, we don't want to hurt the negotiating power, but also I think the ag community is really feeling that we need certainty going into the demand management program. And I think if we lay this out, it provides certainty for ag producers that if any program is structured, it will be, will be out, and this is the outline of what it will have to comply with. And I think that's what, and I'm representing the ag community in this, so I hope I'm not misspeaking, but we're looking to get a little bit of certainty out of this, and I think generally this would provide that.
Thank you, Jackie, and then Kevin.
Yeah, just on E, wondering, what you envision that looking like.
Well, I think that the idea being that the program is collaboratively set up, that there would be, public hearings and opportunities for public input and gathering those opinions. And it's a way of, again, making sure that water users and communities feel like that the programs that are being established are being done so with a real open openness in mind, openness of government. And, it's a way to make sure that, hey, we're listening. Let me say this, I believe that CWCB establishing a program like this would have a public hearing meeting. But how do we, we're representing a broad swath of the public. How do we say to our public, yeah, we hear you, you're concerned about making sure that there's a public process, here it is. That's where.
I have a second question, okay. I guess my other concern with this is that we're not really saying who would determine what program would be established, and I guess that's where I need to agree with Lee's comment. And I think Kelly's comment about foreclosing on creative ideas is that, if, for instance, Southwest comes up with a program they want to implement and they bring it forward, there's not really a process to determine who decides if that program actually works for the whole state. And that's where my concern is that we just are saying that this protects us from all kind of unknown future issues, but it doesn't really say how we get to these programs and how they get created, which is my concern. I think largely is it our negotiator, whoever that is, if it's Becky, or 20 years from now, if it's somebody else, and 100 years from now, I feel like we're responding to an ask to create legislation, not creating legislation because we need it. And I mean, that's just my firsthand look at this, is that we're tying hands of future generations, even though I like a lot of what's in here and I agree that it has been worked on. I just don't know. Again, unintended consequences, right? But I really appreciate your thought, and those are just mine.
Yeah, you raised a really good point, and I will try to work on it, bring it back, because I think, at least from my perspective, I did maybe not expressly stated, so it needs to be, is that I don't think a program to send water across state lines would ever be set up in our state unless our negotiators had agreed to. And therefore, once it's agreed to, then we know how the structure will, how, you know, these criteria will make sure that within our state as it gets implemented, it protects our state values. And so it isn't something that the River District or Southwest or Northern could determine to do on their own. It is the only time we could ever agree to systematically send water across the state line is if our states, our governor's representative at the UCRC has agreed to do that. So that's my underlying assumption, but let me think about it and I can try to encapsulate that.
We'll get Kevin and Randy, and then we'll check in and see what we.
Okay. Andy, I want to go back to the letter I at the top of page 15.
Yeah.
And of course, that's just right out of Senate Bill 295. So it's something I don't want to chip away at it at all.
Well, you can take it up with the legislature.
Love to do that. Aaron, I don't think I really paid good attention to the resolution of your comment when you brought up that your suggestion on shepherding with environmental co-benefits and or your suggestion that it was covered in there. And just let me finish the thought because I'd like to hear. Do you mean that that is so broad that certainly shepherding falls into that? Or are we taking that to mean specifically and only shepherding when it says state engineer provided with legal authority and direction, et cetera? Is that all about shepherding or does shepherding fall in that big set of items?
You want me to answer or do you want Andy to answer?
Both of you, and then I'll respond. Then I'll
My point was the proposal that I made in page something.
Yeah, I just read it back.
Page 9 is itself kind of a criteria. It was always, if we as a state decide to proactively develop and implement a conserved consumptive use program, that I think I and the environmental community would like to see consideration given to shepherding, administering that water in ways that can benefit the environment. And I used language that was a little awkward about minimizing transit losses. I think Andy's language is essentially, I think, saying the same thing. The primary purpose of, if we have a conserved consumptive use program, it's a conserved consumptive use program to address our water supply risks, our drought risks. And a secondary, although I think important value would be to also benefit the natural environment as much as possible. So my point was, it is included in Andy's proposal, I believe, as a criteria like the others, and that makes sense to me. So I don't see, I could look back and forth, I don't see any fundamental disagreements in the way that he framed it and I did. But that was what I was trying to say.
And I would agree with you, Kevin. I also though envision these programs needing additional oversight by the state engineer in terms of quantification of historic consumptive use and moving it, and so it's not limited to shepherd.
Okay, and that helps. And I guess the substance of my comment is that, and this is just not me picking on passive statements, even though I don't like them. It's not just that, but it says the state engineer shall be provided. And sometimes I read that and I say by the General Assembly, that shall be provided by the General Assembly. And maybe a more active statement like the program shall provide the state engineer. So, because I think that's the intent, right?
Yeah.
And then just to take that a step further, since we do have the authority under the right circumstances to shepherd water, maybe it would say the guidance, provide the state engineer with the guidance. But that doesn't take into account some other things that maybe you're trying to put into that bigger. Just consider that, but maybe an unintended consequence would be, doesn't the state engineer already have legal authority to shepherd water? So I can do what I'm saying.
I hear you.
All right, thanks.
Randy.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment on B, relative to Alex's comment, whether or not municipal sector should be included in that. And I think it would, I was looking for compensation, but I think it would be overly complicated for municipalities since we're not the ultimate water users. And, how we would then administer that, either providing, rebates to our customers or, somehow to the benefit of all of our customers. I just think it would be overly complicated. So I'm not saying we shouldn't go there, but I would caution that maybe it's not the best use of this, proposed legislation. And then secondly, to, Kyle's point about compensation packages and something other than just money. I included in the numeric goals for demand management, some discussion about potentially including in the compensation package, either alternate crops, low water use crops, or soil amendments as part of the compensation package, rather than just letting it turn into a dust bowl. So, I think we can talk about that later, or maybe incorporate that into this proposal.
Yeah, and Randy, I would say that gets into kind of the more, to me, the more matter of how it was in the office, right? And certainly, for what it's worth, our district, and we've been down, we've looked at Palo Verde Irrigation District, the Fallon program with Met of Southern California. They require a property down there to be quote brown and down, or they don't get paid. We could never and would never support that in our state. I don't think the CWCB would ever support that. So like that's at a programmatic level in my mind, how that program gets set up, and that's why there's that public input requirement and review. We can't have a situation where we turn the Grand Valley into a dust bowl, right?
Yeah, or any
artist.
Alex, you have a short one.
Yeah, I'm curious, you keep talking about this expressing our values. And so I just wanted to be clear on what values we're expressing here. But before you go there, I'm going to preface that with going to the compensation piece. Because one of the values is conservation. And this is specific types of conservation, but cities don't get paid or compensated for all the conservation work that we do. We do it because it's the right thing to do, and it can be very expensive. I'm concerned about the march towards modifying water. The prior appropriation doctrine has a no waste policy. Conservation kind of writ large is something we should all be doing because it's the right thing to do in an arid environment. And so as a value statement, I just want to be really clear on what values you're asking us to approve here. Is it that some people get paid to do the right thing for the community? Or is it, how does that play? It's like, the idea of voluntary as a value. I guess, the values, you keep talking about Colorado's values, and I'm a little concerned about what I would read in here as being the values. And so I'd like some help on that.
Well, one, Alex, I appreciate your perspective on municipal conservation. I don't believe you guys are doing it because it's the right thing to do. You're doing it so you have water for future growth. Okay, and that's a very different thing. And that's your economic benefit to your community. The economic benefit to our ag users.
You can't impute motive or.
You just imputed motive to ag users who you're criticizing for wanting to get paid.
No, I didn't. I'm asking you to define what the value is here.
Okay, but you made a very clear statement that you are doing water conservation in cities solely because it's the right thing to do. Alex, we have had conversations with Marshall in this very room about the reason you're doing such great water conservation work is that you've got all sorts of land and people that are going to, land annexed and people that are going to move there, and you've got to find a water supply for them. And I admire that, and I think that's good. But that's why you guys are doing water conservation.
Not totally true.
I'm going to ask you, if you guys just stick to the issue and whether we're moving it forward today, and then we can hash these things out.
So I think that the values question is one that is reflected writ large through the CWCB's report on demand management and work on the water plan. There are all sorts of expressions of values contained within state water documents that we could spend the rest of the day on, but there are all sorts of values that are identified. And so
But you're talking about Colorado's values in this.
I do.
So
and
what are
they're-
they?
I just told you where they are. I just told you where they are. And I'm not gonna spend the rest of the day explaining them. I mean, they're in the documents. They're there. We have identified across the board our values of preserving agriculture, of preserving our rural communities, of having thriving cities. Does all this sound familiar? It's all in the water.
Okay, that
right?
was rich and this is what
I
was
understand
asking.
that.
All right, so let's.
Send the section
No.
to Kelsey. We'll get something
Oh,
that we don't already have.
The answer I was looking. for.
Okay,
I
great.
couldn't find it.
All right, so we are at 3:10. Are you all ready to make a determination on this proposal, whether to keep it on the list for now? Kelsey up there is pointing to various places that can go. It can be part of the narrative. It can be, it is presented as a legislative proposal, legislative concept and structure. There may be some work to do to combine with some other proposals in here, like shepherding, like measurement, some of the other things, not finished because we have until December 7th to vote on it, until November 29th to have it in final form. Do you want to move this forward in as a legislative proposal?
I suggest to move it forward with some refinements as discussed.
I second that.
Anyone feel strongly against? We can always take a vote.
I'll put up this card.
Kyle.
I don't disagree with anything in it necessarily. I just am struggling with finding the upside on doing this in statute now. Because there is some risks that have been talked about and pointed out. And what is. And I'm not gonna say no, what? I hope when we go to vote, we can really talk about the upside of doing this now.
And I think part of the discussion today is that this is really has been our first chance to dive into this. We've had a few sessions to talk about some of the other issues, so we'll have next Thursday again, to jump back into demand management and the other things on the list, plus everything else on our table, which should, I think, go a little quicker. I think we'll be able to get through all of that next Thursday. But hearing no one really.
I don't want to disagree. I'm, because I think looks like sending Andy to do some more thinking on it. I agree with part of Kyle's point. I think that there's always risk at putting something like this in statute. So one thing that I hope you can think about over the next couple of days and we can talk more about is ensuring that enough flexibility is included. So we don't get stuck on a path that we can't get off of. Because to Lee's point, just because the legislature can change the statute in the future, we know that's not always easy and they may not want to. So I think I'm not sure exactly what that looks like, but it's a good reminder, I think, from Kyle about the unintended consequences of anything going into statute. And Lee's reminder of the situation that Arizona had to go through on the DCP is, I don't think, how we want to go as a state. I think that's a really important flag.
Jackie. If this is going to move into a different format for us, further discussion, I just want to agree that anyone participating, any industry participating should be compensated and it should be temporary, and maybe unless they waive that. I don't think we should go into this assuming at all. And I think there's some violation of federal law if we're not standing by the DCP language. I mean, it's one thing if someone says, no, I don't want it, but to kind of state that they don't get it is a problem for the industries that I represent here at the table, that we would be going into this without kind of being named as one that would be temporary and voluntary and compensated.
I hear you, and I think if it's voluntary.
I
and you want to
understand,
be paid.
I understand, but it's
You'll
still,
have to be paid before you get to participate, before you would want to participate. I think there are circumstances under which some non-agricultural water users would want to sell permanently their water, and there were discussions by the state, the desire to do that, to acquire permanent water rights. And that's the idea of the, what we're saying is like, let's not prohibit those opportunities. And so in the ag sector, the ag community and ag organizations have been very clear. They want a voluntary temporary accountants. We can just leave it at that for all industries across the board, and that's fine. I was trying to answer a portion of a discussion that I've heard from a number of sectors that, hey, there are certain water rights that could be acquired permanently that would not diminish the agricultural industry, that would satisfy some water rights owners that are looking for money outside of ag. That was all I was trying to do, but I can.
I guess
bump it all
I'm
back.
not familiar with who that would be or who would be wanting to do that, and that's great. Putting out a whole new can of worms for me on this proposal, so you seem to be privy to information that I don't have with that. And I certainly don't want to be carrying something forward that there's people that want to do this and we're not talking out loud about who they are, so I don't know who they are.
As a point of process, I wonder, I mean, you all can tell me if yours are more like, hey, this is something he has to address between now and the next meeting, or if it's more detailed back and forth. I wonder if that can happen in the document. So go ahead.
I would just like to clarify something that Andy said with respect to the state's intent to, for permanent acquisition of water. And I just want to be really clear. The state has never, planned on a permanent acquisition of water for the demand management program, particularly out of agriculture. Like, that's never been our position. It's always been temporary, voluntary, and compensated. So I just want
This
to be
does
really
not
clear.
relate solely to demand management. This is a strategic water reserve. This is water banking. This is, you can name any
All
number.
right, I'm just speaking to the state's position.
Right, you're talking
And so
about demand management, and I
No.
would never argue with you on that. About
You
demand
made a
management.
statement about how the state had been pursuing permanent acquisition of agricultural water.
I said
believe, or-
not agricultural water.
Not agricultural water.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
just to be really clear, temporary, voluntary, compensated.
And I'm gonna jump in here and cut the discussion off because we have promised another session of public input. I don't know if we'll have any or not, but we do need to honor that promise. It's 3:15. I suggest that we take a few minutes, if Kelsey, if you are comfortable presenting sort of the report guideline or report outline. No?
I think this has all been feedback for Andy about my conversation about that. I'm happy to, but I think that looked like you were taking some pretty copious notes.
No, the outline that we created for the report.
Oh, sorry, something else. I was like,
No, the final report. The final report, I'm sorry.
Stick me with Andy's work.
No, not jumping in the middle of this, but, and I am sorry to cut this off, but I don't think I need to get out of here at 4 o'clock. So, when we start on November 16th, we will pick up where we left off here. The other items still on demand management are the shepherding with environmental co-benefits, the systematic water conservation and lower basin overuse, the long-term outlook for 10-year total flow at Lee Ferry, and numeric goals for demand management. So that package of demand management items we will start with, and then we will jump back up to stream and riparian area management and go through the rest on our list at our meeting on November 16th. All of those will be finalized into proposed recommendations by November 29th, so that we can vote on them.
November 30th.
November 30th. Trying to punch it my day. We don't have a day. So what we have on the agenda right now, which I think will just help provide some clarity on where we're going from now, is an outline of what this report to the legislature on December 15th might look like, absent the actual legislation.
The big caveat on the big emphasis on the might. This is literally just an outline. Just so you all can see that there is going to be a report. And let me pull.
Well, Kelsey pulls that up, just if there's anyone in the room who would like to make a public comment, sign up outside the door, and for those of you online, the Q&A is your spot. So if there are people interested in that, Kelsey cues this up.
And thanks, Siobhan, for the candy.
That was necessary.
Okay, so this is an outline. It is not permanent. It is not fixed. It is flexible, creative, all the things that you all want to see. Synergistic. We're not closing out options by this is a Word document, which has a great delete function. This isn't even InDesign. So table of contents, list of all the members, alternates, potentially having a letter from the chair introducing what the report is, what it is fulfilling, the statutory obligation of SB 295.
I would also share that may be a good place to just put any intent of the group, if you receive this, but, you know, whatever spirit in which it will be intended, so it's a useful thing.
Yes. Usual things, executive summary, introduction, background and process. As the facilitators, we will be responsible for writing the background and process. Obviously, we'll give you all feedback on that. And then the recommendations, which are, you know, what you all are working on right now. That's why we've been really clear about trying to make sure we're assigning who is taking the lead on writing language, so that you all can have the chance to work on that and edit that as we go through the rest of the process. Then we have what we're temporarily calling summary of work. And this is where a lot of that narrative could be housed, unless you see it existing somewhere else. If there is interest in having a minority report, that also can be underneath that section, recommendations considered but not approved. But it exists. The outline exists, and then also a section for the work of the sub-task force on tribal matters, and having a summary of their work, so narratives that they would like to promote, and then also recommendations considered but not approved. So, thoughts, feedback, questions. Again, outline, flexible.
Are there sections that we can put in that you don't put in? Are there sections that don't exist that you think should exist? Just generally feel like something we can fill what we're already doing.
I really like the fact it's only gonna be 7 pages long.
Yep.
Nice file.
I have a question, maybe it's gonna come out later, but in the task, in either recommendation, if the vote is not unanimous, will we be talking about why? What the reasons are?
That's up to you all.
Right. The statute's majority, right?
But it talks about minority report.
Yeah, no, I'm just clarifying, yeah.
Yeah, so I don't think recommendations have to be unanimous, they do have to be majority. And you all can make a decision if you have a threshold, if something gets 8 votes, if it gets 5 votes, what is the threshold for a minority vote? Report 1 vote.
And I would say in other reports that I've been a part of, that is useful, and legislators tend to appreciate, you know, at least, hey, here were some of the roadblocks we ran into and why, so that if it wants to be picked up at a later date, at least there's some background information there. So do what you like. Oh,
Just minor.
sorry for
thought.
everyone online, because I am not a very good tripod, but I'm doing my best. If I'm making you all out.
Just minor point, but I know there's a summary of work here. It seems like there might also be a resources section at the end that we want to link to, since there's an ocean of work that we've created and that people on this task force have submitted, and it might be a good place to house all that stuff.
Thank you.
Nancy, my next, just real quickly, that not approved, one of the categories we talked about in the last meetings was need more work. You may need to do research on it, so some of it are not approved because we can't possibly finish it. So I think we should identify them as such. Way too complex, not act like it's not important by saying it's not approved.
Along exactly those lines, that I think that there's a couple of different subcategories under not approved. It could be items that we look at and say, we think this should not be something you focus on. If we have negative recommendations, these are bad ideas, we should put them in there. If it's things that we think require more work, or there's things we think this is important, but it's out of scope, we're the wrong people to talk about it. I don't know if this is, but there were questions, and I have no opinion because I don't work with PUC. There were questions about the PUC. That might be like, this seems important. We're not PUC experts. So it could be, maybe that's a bad example, but we could have, you know, recommendations voted down, recommendations that need more work, and then recommendations that we think might be important, but are potentially out of scope with the legislation.
Anything else on that draft report?
Rob, thank you. All the nice language we put in it.
There's stuff in it.
There's stuff in it. Look at, this is
Great letters.
great letter.
Very Latin.
Very Latin. All right.
Don't you?
You go to the summary of things that do.
All right, great. Thanks for that. And these, yeah, the meat of it is work to be done in the next few weeks. So let's go ahead and open public comment at 3:25. We'll take public comment until 3:45. If there are more comments than that, but we always welcome to add them online on the website. So do we have anyone?
Would you mind getting the sign up sheet? I don't.
We don't have any.
Can't escape.
Yeah, how'd you get in there, Tina?
If you are online and would like to make a public comment, please put your name into the Q&A. Otherwise, we'll get started with public comment here in the room. Is anyone else in the room interested in signing up for public comment? All right, April, you're on deck. Or you're not even on deck, you're up.
You're up.
You're good. Here.
Yes, our new camera system is very flexible.
All right, thanks for letting me speak again, wearing a different hat this time. I want to highly encourage this group to continue to discuss and recommend natural watershed restoration ideas and legislation that supports that, or legislation that removes obstacles from that. I've worked in stormwater management and watershed management for over 20 years. I have a degree in biosystems engineering, specialized in natural solutions to manage water. I think it's important for everyone to understand, and I think we all do understand, but we forget it when we're talking about natural solutions and the conversation that's happening in the state, that we've altered the natural hydrograph in both negative and positive ways. We've unnaturally altered base flows and peak flows by developing in ways that no longer allows water to infiltrate and store in the ground. We have removed riparian areas. We've shaved the peaks off of hydrographs through storage and diversions. We have also unnaturally increased flows. Unless you have perfected stormwater management in your area, every building, every road that we constructed puts more flow into the river at a different time than it ever saw it before. And it's done so at an unnatural time. Unfortunately, we've allowed folks to rely on these unnatural flow changes for their water supply. If we're going to continue to scrutinize the reestablishment of natural watershed conditions, then we should take some scrutiny to development and redevelopment, diversions and storage and the problems that they have created. If you can't repair an incised channel and reconnect a floodplain without examining it for water rights, then you can't build a large development, remove or relocate that large development without scrutinizing how it affects water rights. Obviously, I don't want that to happen. I just want to try to highlight how extremely unfair it is to continue to treat watershed restoration, which has extreme benefits to our communities and the future of our water supply, as a scary water future. So I think it's important for this group that's tasked with developing tools to mitigate the impacts of drought in the Colorado River Basin, to tell the legislator how important watershed and riparian restoration is in protecting and sustaining our water supply and increasing our resiliency to wildfire, the two biggest threats that drought brings to our watershed. So I think that the obstacles that we allow to remain are like cutting off our nose by our face. So any work that this group can do to remove those obstacles and to normalize natural infrastructure, natural watershed protection is what I would encourage you all to do. Thank you.
And then we have one person online. We have Ed Millard. All right, Ed, I'm going to give you permission to talk. sorry, I hit Emily. Sorry about that. Sorry, Emily, you're not up. There you go. All right, there you go, Ed.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I wanted to comment on Andy's demand management proposal, and needless to say, this is hasty because he just made it, but some of these are long-running problems. The main one is about the proportionality mandate being based on post-compact depletions. This seems to shift the burden away from the river district and its power base, Uncompahgre, Gunnison, and Mainstone, which have a lot of senior present perfected flow rights, but not a lot of junior rights. It seems designed to shift the burden for a demand management program onto the Front Range because of their extensive TMDs. Southwest, which is where I live, because we have a lot of reservoirs with junior water rights, and the Yampa. Post-compact depletions do have the curtailment risk by definition justifying Andy's proposal, but the senior present perfected water rights are the ones at risk of buy and dry from Front Range cities or speculators like Water Asset Management. So they are as much at risk here and should contribute as much to this program as the rest of the water rights holders on the Colorado. In general, proportionality mandates in a voluntary program are problematic. If you don't get enough volunteers in one sub-basin, what do? Forced participation, so it's not voluntary? Well, you can't do that. It's self-contradictory. Scale back all participation to match the most recalcitrant sub-basin. Throw money at the reluctant sub-basin until you get participation, but then the reluctant basin is rewarded financially for recalcitrance. It's not equitable. Throw money at everyone until you have over-participation in every sub-basin, which can be very expensive. This has been a known problem since 2018 when the River District and Southwest proposed these sideboards and CWCB approved them. No one since has really ever discussed the problem because it's at least hard to resolve, if not insolvable. I don't think you can put this mandate into state law until this self-contradiction is resolved. I used to serve on the IBCC, and there was a long period when the IBC was going to address this issue, and we were never allowed to, and I don't think anybody else has either. There should be allowance for conserved water to be stored in the upper basin reservoirs and to be bought back by upper basin water users so that this water stays in and is used in the upper basin instead of being shepherded out of state to Lake Powell, where it can only be used by the lower basin. John Ensminger from Southern Nevada mocked us once for this because he basically says gravity works. Once that water goes down below the upper basin, we'll never get it back. Shepherding upper basin water rights to Lake Powell seems like a violation of Article 3A and the compact to me on exclusive beneficial consumptive use of our compact entitlement. I think exclusive means upper basin water rights have to be put to a real beneficial consumptive use in the upper basin. I don't think the UCRC or Colorado legislature can change this, or at least not easily. It's the heart, soul, and fundamental purpose of the compact to prevent the lower basin from taking or buying the upper basin's compact entitlement. And finally, I don't think it's right for upper basin water rights users to be planning on selling water out of state for cash. They are user-factory right in Colorado in the upper basin, and I think they should be put to beneficial use, that either that or at least in state. And I don't think that anybody should be planning on selling our water out of state. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Ed. All right, is there anyone else online who would like to sign up to talk? If so, please put your name in the Q&A. Give it one more request. All right.
All right, task force, we have 30 minutes left. We can use the time
Public
to.
comment at 33.
Thank you. Yes. We can try to dive into another one on our list. We can use the remaining time to go around the table, set the agenda for next meeting, get any final comments, and probably get out.
All right, knock a couple more of these off the list. I mean, like decide if they're gonna move forward or.
Well, that's the question. Do you want to try and do that, or are you feeling
Want to work on the next.
it's out?
I think we could just get the next agenda set and see how we're doing for the paper around.
Yes, of course. All right, so I think that's a good proposal. We'll set the next agenda. I would like to go around the table and do that, get your comments and final comments on today. And then if we have any time left and you all are up for it, we can grab another one of these. So Randy, we'll just start with you and go around the table.
Comments on today and next agenda.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, I just want to compliment our facilitator and facilitators. I think we've got a lot of really good work done, so I feel pretty good about it, that we're making progress.
And anything on the agenda for next time, I think the plan will be, unless we hear differently, just to dive back into this list, get through the rest of them, deciding what to move forward.
Yeah, I think the process we used today was productive and we should do. I think another thing that people can suggest is actions between meetings, if there's things that would be, besides, we've already made the assignments on specific things. Think we can do between meetings in respect of the open meeting laws, then that would be useful as well.
I agree, we keep going the way we did today. I also like the way we stayed on topic and didn't dart around and know that here's my placeholder for over here. I think that's how we've gotten through it we did today. So I thank you all for getting it done that way. And that's all. Thanks.
Okay.
Yeah. Great discussion. Appreciate all the work that everybody has done. It's been a massive amount of work. I think my own call to action and everyone else is just to really think about refining our proposals and also making sure we're adding like very specific comments that we add very specific and hopefully constructive and helpful to people as we work on the short list between now and next Thursday, which is not very far away.
2 weeks is not far away, so 1 week is tomorrow. Letitia.
I thought today was a very good day of discussion. The day went by fast. That like that 2-minute limit kind of like, okay, we need to start moving this, so it was good. But mainly looking at the connections between what's here and the main task force and the sub task force, because we also have to
I'd like to thank the River District for hosting us today. Thanks for letting us use your building. I think the structure today worked really well. It was good to systematically go through and got a lot done today and look forward to continuing the conversation.
Yeah.
Yes, you did.
Okay. I think thanks Andy for hosting everything, and the conversation around the table was very well coordinated and worked well today.
Yeah, I agree. I thought we had a good discussion today. I think it's unfortunate that our next meeting's gotta be virtual. I think it's gonna be very hard to have as quality of discussion virtually. So I think that's sort of a drawback, but I guess.
Ditto to what Steve said, and thank you, Andy, Peter, River District.
I just want to thank everybody for being here.
Ditto.
And I just want to thank everybody for creating a space for debate. I feel like people were honest today. We got it out on the table, which was what we were asked to do, I think, by the bill sponsors. And so I thought that was great. And also I want to thank our facilitators for organizing the short list. I think that'll make it easier for us to provide some written comment.
Thanks to everybody, and then ditto what's been said. Clarification though, refined proposals, I thought we were going into next week, just covering the ones that we didn't get to today.
Yeah, that's like ongoing, sorry. This is ongoing homework, but this is the agenda.
Okay, so we really don't have anything due next week, so to speak.
We have a due date next week, however, I suggest that procrastinating and structure.
The professor. Got it, thank you, noted.
And like there's a.
Guys.
I had been struggling to figure out where this task group or task force was gonna land, and I think finally I can see it all coming together. And so, when Mike comes back for next one, you can tell him all the work got done when I was. As an alternate to an alternate, thank you, and I enjoyed the discussion today.
Agenda for here next week, and then we'll go to our online.
I thought this was pretty efficient, so appreciate that we were able to kind of get to the details and, yeah, I mean, I can't believe I'm saying this, but I'm glad we're meeting again soon. Pick right back up where we left off. So appreciate the ability to kind of work through some issues. I'm sure there'll be more issues to come, but glad we were able to have it.
Allison? Yeah, Allison. Anything you want to weigh in on either today or agenda for next week?
No specific comments. I think a lot of progress was made today and looking forward to seeing some of the refinements that we talked about in the process. So be here next week. Thank you.
Jordan.
Yeah, just sorry I couldn't be there today, and I thought it was a really good conversation today. And you know, I just agree with Kelly's comments that it was really great to see a lot of good spirited debate and conversation, and to really get a lot of the issues out on the table for good discussion.
Kelsey, want to weigh in as an observer? Comments on the day?
I appreciate y'all getting everything in by the deadline on Monday. And we will continue to, please, you can now that you've had your deadline and we've had our meeting, you can go back into the document and begin working in there. I think it was Jackie who recommended, and when you add language, please add it in red. And don't forget to use your name so we can see what our changes and updates. And then please, I'm gonna give you a deadline. All right. So in order for us to be able to organize the documents so that you all have time to review it in preparation for our next meeting, should we say Tuesday? Because I need time too. Oh wait, but man, this is rough.
I think we're probably all right with what we have here for next week.
Just leave it like this, okay?
Yeah.
So we'll continue with the document as is, but you can start prepping your edits for those of you who have edits. So no new deadline.
Yvonne, you have anything? I'm not going to selfie because that just feels like a recipe for disaster, but I will say, I really appreciate the productivity everyone had today. I know that we have tried to remain dynamic in this process so that we can get to this place, and it is really nice to see things coming together. So I appreciate everybody's work and their continued respect for Dr. McElroy's deadlines.
And I'll just say thank you. Really a lot of hard work. Everybody has always said, oh, it's going to be hard conversations, and it has been, and that showed up today, which is really good. So I appreciate everybody's passion and enthusiasm to have those discussions. Just as a reminder, so you can feel good as you're driving home, the things that are moving forward from today are community and technical assistance grants, aging infrastructure, increased funding, and that includes rehab and repair of storage facilities, the forest health and wildfire, natural process protection, water banking, industrial water users, and systematic water conservation and lower basin overuse. We also have 5 items that are moving forward either as narrative or a funding recommendation, which are create additional storage, more flexible storage, statewide planning and funding for storage, and funding and policy monitoring for the forest health and prioritizing the forest health.
Well, I think we all agree that lower basin overuse is a problem. I don't think we talked about it today.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I said the wrong one. I'm sorry.
It'd be the favorite
Consumptive use. I
don't
wrote
say
it.
anything
Didn't
about
get
that
to it today.
Thank you. I wrote it in the wrong box.
We should talk.
Sorry.
Okay.
I wrote Andy work on this and it's in the wrong box. And thanks to everyone who accepted their volunteer assignment to, bring these into more specific proposals.
So next meeting virtual and sub-task force
It's not till the 20th.
is not.
Yeah, so bring your own lunch, brown bag lunch next 16th and.
Here's the candy. Can I ask you a question? Just for clarification, since we have the time. When we were talking about the projects earlier and I read off what that Phil, what that project concept looked like. Did you all want me to bring forward both the, flexible sharing and the potential for statewide planning and funding? To sit underneath that projects bill category? I heard for sure the more flexible sharing of stored water. They wanted to double check on Randy's statewide planning funding for storage reservoirs, if you wanted that to potentially be discussed under that projects bill item as well.
Yeah, if you could just send out the citation. Either way, but
Well, we have our meeting next week, the CWCB, where we're gonna move these forward, so I can talk to the board about just pulling those items out in that potentially, just kind of on behalf of, yes, we could talk to staff ahead of time, but I just wanted to make sure that we were clear on the second one before I.
But Jackie, that one of the sub paragraphs of Randy's recommendation fit within that, you know, I think it was here's a if I'm remembering correctly. or Five, yeah. Sorry. F is the fifth letter again, but yeah, no, if you could, I think that would make sense because it fits within as you described it, so I think that would be.
Orla has followed the rules, so I'm gonna take it first.
Sorry.
I'm gonna slightly diverge a little bit, but just in that conversation around the storage analysis, Jackie, one thing that I think would be helpful to think about is we touched on where water may not be fully utilized, or there might be opportunities to have more flexibility. I know that's not something CWCD could control, but as part of that storage analysis, it might be interesting to think about if there are places where federal red tape is going to get in the way of more flexibility to water.
Nancy.
Are you gonna send out that copy of the project?
I did, I sent it to Chelsea and I don't think she sat down since.
No,
it's fine. Yeah.
I've got also got your things.
Okay, and the other one that I would like to request is the use it and lose it report that was done a long time ago that half the people know and I have no idea about it. Can you put that on that list?
It's in Kelsey's inbox. I just said.
Anything else?
You
You're
knew
gonna
I'm
something.
gonna send you all just a nice big email.
Yeah. Watch your own
That's-
inbox and stuff.
For those of us that are not legislative wonks, so is that for proposed 2024 funding, the project bill?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for 25.
All right.
Their annual budget.
This fiscal year, the state fiscal year.
Yeah.
The why.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Thank you all very much. Good work. We'll get through the rest of it next week and on to.
All right, we're gonna do more